Tonight we enter southern Mesopotamia during the early 20th century, when archaeologists begin lifting clay tablets from the ruins of ancient cities. The air is dry, the soil pale, and every broken wall seems to hold its breath beneath the sun. Among thousands of tablets are records of grain, temple offerings, legal disputes, and royal duties. Yet some fragments preserve stranger concerns. They speak of dreams, divine messages, inherited burdens, and memories that do not seem to belong to the person carrying them. Archaeologists working at sites such as Nippur, and Kish uncover libraries formed from ordinary clay. Scholars at the British Museum and major American universities later compare signs, grammar, and damaged lines across collections. Their work confirms something both simple and astonishing. The people of Sumer wrote constantly. They recorded debts, marriages, livestock, prayers, land boundaries, school exercises, and stories about the beginning of the world. One disputed fragment, preserved only through later copies and uncertain reconstruction, has inspired a peculiar modern interpretation. It appears to describe children recognizing distant places through dreams, family memory, or divine influence. No accepted translation states plainly that children remember locations they have never visited. That distinction matters. Still, the idea fits surprisingly well within the wider Sumerian imagination, where dreams could carry warnings, gods could place knowledge inside a person, and the dead could remain connected to the living. You stand beside a shallow excavation trench as evening cools the ground. The scent of dust mixes with canvas, oil, and warm stone. A worker brushes the edge of a tablet. It is smaller than your hand. Its surface is crossed by wedge-shaped marks pressed into damp clay thousands of years ago. Some signs remain sharp, others fade into cracks. Nothing about it looks supernatural. That is what makes it unsettling. The clay is ordinary, but the mind behind it is unreachable. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. You might also share your location and local time in the comments. There is something fitting about listeners gathering across distant places while following a story concerned with memory and forgotten landscapes. The tablet tradition behind this mystery belongs to a civilization that flourishes between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Cities rise from mud brick, surrounded by canals, fields, reed beds, and open sky. During summer, heat settles over the plain like a heavy cloth of a dog. Temple towers dominate the horizon. Boats move slowly along brown water, carrying barley, wool, timber, copper, and jars sealed with clay stoppers. Sandals scrape against packed streets. Donkeys complain in narrow courtyards. Children grow up among these sounds. Some learn farming, weaving, brewing, fishing, or household work. A smaller number enter scribal schools, where they copy signs until their hands ache. Excavated school tablets confirm that students practice lists of words, personal names, professions, animals, plants, and places. Many exercises are clumsy, with signs repeated unevenly across soft clay. A teacher could erase mistakes by smoothing the surface. An unfortunate student might wish a memory worked the same way. It rarely does. Sumerian culture treats memory as a force that holds society together. Kings build monuments so their names will endure. Families perform rites so ancestors are not forgotten. Scribes copy older compositions because losing them would weaken the connection between the present and the sacred past. To remember is not merely personal. It is a duty. Yet the disputed tradition surrounding unusual children suggests another possibility. A memory may arrive without permission, detached from ordinary experience. Imagine a young child in a courtyard near Nippur. She points towards the eastern horizon and describes a gate beside a black canal. She mentions a courtyard with painted pillars and a room where grain is stored beneath mats. Her parents know no such place. She has never left the city. Perhaps she dreamed it. Perhaps an older relative once described it, and everyone forgot the conversation except the child. Perhaps the tale grew through repetition. Or perhaps, as a temple interpreter might suggest, a god placed the image within her. Sumerian dream texts and omen tradition show that unusual experiences were often treated as messages requiring interpretation. A strange dream did not possess one fixed meaning. Its importance depended on symbols, timing, social rank, ritual context, and the skill of the interpreter. This creates an open, scholarly debate. Some historians view such accounts mainly as religious literature, while others study them as evidence of how ancient people understood memory, identity, and the mind. Neither approach requires the stories to be literally true. Both recognize that the stories mattered. A quirky detail appears in several Mesopotamian traditions. Places themselves could be treated almost like living participants in history. Cities possessed divine patrons, temples had personalities, rivers could bless, punish, protect, or destroy. A ruined city was not simply abandoned ground. It was a wounded presence. This may explain why stories about children recognizing unknown places feel natural within that world. If a city can remember its god, perhaps a child can remember a city. The thought is poetic. It's also impossible to prove. You move deeper into the imagined archive. Shelves rise along mud brick walls, though many tablets rest in baskets or wooden containers. The room smells of clay, reeds, smoke, and old oil. A lamp burns near the floor. Its flame trembles whenever someone passes through the doorway. A scribe reads aloud from a fragment. The words do not describe reincarnation in the familiar modern sense. They do not offer a clear doctrine of souls returning through new bodies. Instead, they suggest layers. A child may inherit a name, a duty, a divine favour, a family fear, or an unfinished obligation. Memory could belong to the household as much as the individual. This is where the mystery begins to deepen. Modern psychology recognises that children absorb information from overheard conversations, images, stories, and emotional reactions. They can later remember the information while forgetting its source. Researchers call this a source memory error. The concept is modern, but the experience is ancient. A child speaks with confidence. Adults search for an explanation. The explanation changes with the culture around them. In a modern home, the event may be called imagination. In an ancient temple household, it might become an omen. The tablet does not need to prove impossible memory to reveal something profound. It shows how seriously early societies considered the possibility that identity extends beyond conscious recollection. What makes you yourself? Is it only what you remember clearly? Or do forgotten voices, family stories, inherited fears, and unnamed places shape you from below awareness? The Sumerians leave no simple answer. Their clay records survive because fire hardened some tablets, while dry soil protects others. Kingdoms collapse, languages change, and cities disappear beneath wind-blown earth. The fragile becomes durable. The living becomes silent. Yet their questions remain. You picture the child once more, standing beneath the white sky. She describes a place beyond the marshes, though no road has carried her there. Her mother listens. A priest listens. A scribe presses the account into clay. Perhaps the child remembers a dream. Perhaps she repeats a forgotten story. Perhaps the adults create meaning because uncertainty feels unbearable. Or perhaps memory is stranger than anyone understands. The tablet offers no final judgment. It only preserves the moment when someone decided the child's words should not vanish. You enter the city through a gate built from sun-dried brick, while morning light spreads across the plain. The walls rise in pale tiers above a maze of courtyards, workshops, shrines, and narrow lanes, and dust gathers inside every footprint. Reeds creak beside the canals. From somewhere behind a plastered wall comes the steady knock of a potter shaping wet clay. This city has no clean edge. Fields lean into houses, canals cut through neighbourhoods, and livestock share space with merchants, children, priests, and officials. The air carries several smells at once. Warm bread drifts from courtyard ovens, fish dries beside a market stall, bitumen, used for sealing boats and baskets, leaves a dark, heavy scent. You feel the rough wall with your fingertip. Its surface is warm already. A city such as Nippur does not impress through polished stone or broad marble avenues. Its strength lies in mud brick, repetition, and careful maintenance. Every wall must be repaired. Every roof must be renewed. Rain is rare, but when it comes, it can soften exposed brick and send brown water sliding into the streets. Families rebuild what time loosens. Temples do the same. Records recovered from Nippur confirm that it served as a major religious centre for centuries. Its importance did not depend entirely on military power. The city carried authority because people believed its chief temple stood close to the divine order governing the land. Kings from distant cities sent offerings there. Rulers who controlled other capitals still sought recognition from its priesthood. This gave Nippur a peculiar kind of gravity. It could lose political control and remain sacred. You walk toward the temple district, where the streets gradually become wider and more controlled. Doorways narrow the movement of crowds. Storehouses stand near administrative rooms. Porters carry sacks of barley across shaded courtyards, while scribes sit nearby with tablets resting on their knees. Nothing moves without being counted. Grain enters. Oil leaves. Animals arrive for sacrifice. Workers receive rations. The city's sacred centre is also an economic engine, and the gods, rather conveniently, require excellent bookkeeping. A council decree from later Mesopotamian traditions proves how deeply temple institutions regulated labour, land, and offerings. Religion is not separated from daily management. It is woven into the same walls. A prayer may be spoken beside a receipt. A hymn may be copied in the same building where a dispute over cattle is recorded. The practical and the mysterious share a shelf. This setting matters because unusual memories would not emerge in an empty landscape. They would be heard inside households shaped by ritual, inherited duty, and constant storytelling. Children learn the city through repetition. They know which lane floods first. They know where dogs sleep in the afternoon. They know which doorway belongs to a brewer, which courtyard hides a fig tree, and which canal smells worse during low water. Their world is local and intimate. Travel is possible, but dangerous and slow. Low and expensive. Most children never see the cities named in royal inscription, yet place names surround them. A teacher recites them. A merchant mentions them. A soldier boasts about them. A grandmother remembers one from childhood. A child may gather these fragments without understanding where they came from. Then one night the fragments return as a complete landscape. Your ears catch the squeak of leather sandals across packed earth. A boy carries a practice tablet against his chest. Its edges are chipped. His teacher has ordered him to copy a list of settlements arranged along a river. He has never visited them. Still, he repeats each name aloud until sound becomes familiarity. Uruk, Ayeb, Kish, Lagash, Eridu. The syllables create an invisible ma'ar. Research conducted by historians at major universities has shown that ancient scribal education depended heavily on memorized lists. Students copied professions, trees, sins, animals, dual gods, and geographic names in fixed sequences. These lists were not maps in the modern sense. They were systems for organizing the world. A young scribe could learn the names of remote lands while remaining inside one schoolroom. This creates a subtle problem for anyone studying strange childhood recollections. Knowledge can travel without the learner remembering the journey. A child hears a place described in a market song. Months later, the child dreams of a river bend and believes the image appeared from nowhere. The adults may believe the same. The city itself encourages such confusion because a spoken information moves everywhere. Courtyards amplify voices. Roofs connect neighbouring houses. Markets carry gossip across districts. Temples repeat old narratives during festivals. A private memory may begin as public sound. One unusual Mesopotamian habit makes this world even stranger. Builders sometimes buried foundation deposits beneath important structures. These could include inscribed objects, figurines, or carefully placed offerings intended for gods and future rulers. They were not meant for ordinary viewing. A building could therefore contain a hidden message beneath the feet of everyone using it. Most residents would never know. Imagine growing up above such an object. You cross the floor each day. You sleep nearby. You hear elders speak about the temple's founding. Then you dream of something buried below. To a modern observer, coincidence may seem enough. To an ancient family, the building itself might be speaking. Scholars continue to debate how literally Mesopotamians understood sacred presence inside objects and places. Some interpret these practices as symbolic acts of political legitimacy. Others emphasize the sincere belief that divine power could inhabit statues, temples, thresholds, and ritual ground. The evidence allows room for both readings. Ancient people could be practical and devout at the same time. They usually were. You leave the temple court and enter a quieter residential quarter. Walls press close on either side. A wooden door opens into a family courtyard where sunlight falls through a square opening above. A woman grinds grain near the wall. An older man repairs a basket. 3 children sit beside a jar of water, listening to a visitor describe a journey from the east. He speaks of hills, cold rain, dark tree, and stone houses. These images are astonishing to children raised on a flat alluvial plain. The youngest child asks whether the hills touch the sky. The visitor laughs softly. He says they seem to. Years later, that child might describe those mountains as though standing among them. Would anyone remember the traveller? Would anyone remember the conversation? Perhaps not. Human memory preserves meaning more reliably than origin. The image remains while the path disappears. This is one reason lost cities feel so powerful in ancient storytelling. A ruin is not only a place where buildings have fallen, it is a container for broken explanation. Why was the city abandoned? Which god withdrew protection? Who failed in duty? What remains beneath the collapsed roofs? Questions settle into the dust. Children hear answers shaped by fear, pride, and family loyalty. One household blames war. Another blames a ruler. A priest speaks of divine anger. A merchant quietly suspects a failed canal. Each story leaves a different map inside the mind. You continue toward the edge of the city, where houses become scattered and open ground begins. The canal reflects a white afternoon sun. Workers pull a narrow boat through shallow water while birds rise from the reeds. Behind you, the temple tower stands above the roofs like a fixed point in memory. From far away, it would guide your travelers. From within the city, it guides thought. Every lane seems to bend around it. Every story seems to return to it. A child raised here would learn that places possess rank, character, and intention. Some locations are safe. Some are polluted. Some are blessed. Some should not be entered at night. A doorway can protect. A threshold can threaten. A ruined shrine can remain dangerous long after its god has fallen silent. This gives unknown places emotional weight. When a child describes an unseen house, listeners do not hear architecture alone. They hear possible destiny. Perhaps the house belongs to an ancestor. Perhaps the canal marks a forgotten obligation. Perhaps the distant gate opens toward a city that still claims something from the family. The explanations multiply because the landscape is never neutral. Even at she tend to understand I do matter, continue. Empty angirpen has by. Tiffen must tray. You pause where the final houses meet the fields. The soil is damp beneath the irrigation channels. Insects move through the grass. A farmer calls to an ox. The city seems solid behind you, yet almost everything within it is temporary. Roofs collapse. Walls melt. Canals shift. Names survive longer than buildings. Stories survive longer than streets. A child may inherit the name of a place whose shape has vanished. Through repeated telling, that name gathers colour, scent, weather, and sound. Eventually, the imagined city becomes more vivid than the visible one. That may be the quiet secret hidden beneath the dust. People do not remember places only by seeing them. They remember through language, family, ritual, fear, and desire. Sometimes those memories arrive so complete that they feel borrowed from another life. The city offers no correction. It simply surrounds the child with voices, then lets the elements hide where each voice can. A low lamp burns beside a clay wall while a scribe leans over a damaged tablet. The room is quiet except for reed against clay. Outside, the evening air carries the scent of smoke, damp soil, and crushed herbs from a nearby courtyard. You watch the scribe trace a line with one finger. Several signs are clear. Others have broken away. A missing corner has taken part of the sentence with it, leaving the surviving words suspended between certainty and absence. This is how many ancient voices reach you. Not whole, not obedient, not eager to explain themselves. A fragment may preserve a child, a house, a road, and a phrase about knowing. Yet the relationship between those words depends on grammar, context, and the shape of damaged signs. One scholar may read recognition. Another may prefer remembrance. A third may suggest that the line describes a dream. The clay remains silent while experts disagree above it. Records confirm that Sumerian and later Mesopotamian scribes copied important compositions across generations. A text could survive through repeated copying, even when the original tablet disappeared. This practice preserved hymns, myths, laments, royal praise, proverbs, and instructions. It also introduced chained. A careless hand could omit a sign. A teacher could modernize an old expression. A student might copy a damaged passage incorrectly, then create a new version of the error. Ancient transmission was remarkably durable. It was never perfect. The tablet associated with children and unknown places does not read like a modern report. It does not list names, dates, witnesses, and measure distances. Its language is compressed. It speaks through images. A child names a place. An elder questions the child. A household recognizes details that should not be known. A divine or ancestral explanation hovers near the scene, though the surviving lines do not settle the matter. You hear the words as they might have sounded when read aloud. The scribe's voice is steady. Clay tablets were often written for reading, teaching, recitation, or ritual use. Their meaning lived not only in signs, but also in sound. A phrase could carry rhythm. A repeated expression could signal importance. A pause might be felt where the surface is broken. The damaged section becomes part of the experience. Silence enters the text. Imagine a family gathered near an interior doorway. A child speaks of a distant settlement. The child describes a gate facing sunrise, a deep well beside a wall, and a room with blue-painted plaster. No one in the family has seen such a place. Then an older relative grows uneasy. The description resembles a town abandoned during war, where a grandparent once lived. The child has never heard the full story. At least that's what everyone believes. The account moves from curiosity into ritual concern. The child is questioned again. Details are repeated. A priest or learned interpreter may be summoned. The family asks whether the memory belongs to a dream, an ancestor, a god, or a dangerous, wandering spirit. Each possibility carries different consequences. An ordinary dream might require nothing. A divine message might demand an offering. An ancestral connection could create obligation. A hostile influence might call for protection. The meaning matters because action follows interpretation. Scholars at institutions such as Oxford and Yale have long emphasized that Mesopotamian texts must be read within their own categories. Ancient people did not divide religion, medicine, psychology, and law in the same way modern societies often do. A troubling memory could be emotional, spiritual, social, and legal at once. The question was not simply whether the child's account was true. The deeper question concerned what the account required from the household. A curious feature of clay writing makes these stories even more fragile. Many tablets were not deliberately baked. They hardened through drying. Fire sometimes preserved them by accident when buildings burned. Destruction could become conservation. A palace collapses. A library is buried. The flames that erase a city protect its words for thousands of years. History has a dry sense of humour. The safest archive may be the one nobody meant to create. You move closer to the boy. Its edges are rounded from handling. A thumbprint remains near one corner, pressed into the clay before it hardened. The print belongs to no famous king. It may have come from a student, a clerk, or the person who carried the tablet between rooms. That small mark feels more intimate than a royal inscription. Someone touched this object while the text was still new. Perhaps that person also wondered about the child. Perhaps the story was already old. The phrase describing recognition may have held a technical meaning now lost. Ancient languages often contain concepts that cannot be transferred neatly into modern English. A word can mean know, acknowledge, identify, experience, or remember, depending on context. Translation chooses one path through several possibilities. That choice shapes the mystery. Read one way, the child remembers in unknown places. Read another way, the child identifies a place from description. Read more cautiously, the child speaks as though familiar with it. The difference is enormous. The clay gives no footnote. This uncertainty creates an open scholarly debate about genre. Some researchers would classify such a passage as wisdom literature, a story designed to explore moral or spiritual questions. Others might see it as part of an omen tradition, where unusual behaviour becomes a sign requiring interpretation. Another possibility is that it belongs to a lament or family narrative whose surrounding lines have vanished. Without a complete tablet, the category remains unsettled. Genre matters because it changes how every sentence should be heard. A proverb is not testimony. A ritual instruction is not biography. A myth is not a court record. Yet myths can preserve social fears, and proverbs can reveal common experience. The text does not need to be literal to be historically valuable. It tells you that unexplained knowledge was imaginable. It also suggests that children could occupy a special place within that imagination. Children stand near the boundary between speech and stwans. They say things without understanding adult consequences. They repeat hidden tensions. They notice details that adults ignore. They mix dreams with waking life. For an ancient household, this could make them both innocent and dangerous. A child's words might seem pure because they lack calculation. The same words might seem threatening because they resist ordinary explanation. Hear another line. It describes the child turning toward a direction where no road from the household leads. The wording is damaged, but the image survives. A small figure faces the horizon. Adults gather behind. The unseen place pulls at the scene like a distant tide. Perhaps the child names a riverbank. Perhaps a temple courtyard. Perhaps a house belonging to the dead. The tablet does not provide enough detail to decide. A fringe interpretation claims that such passages preserve evidence of reincarnation beliefs in ancient Sumer. That claim goes beyond what the surviving language can securely support. Mesopotamian ideas about the dead usually describe a shadowed underworld, family offerings, restless spirits, and continued bonds between generations. They do not present a clear, consistent system of rebirth into new bodies. Still, the absence of a formal doctrine does not erase every possibility of folk belief. Household traditions often leave fewer records than temple institutions. People may have told stories that official scribes never systematized. This remains speculation. It should be treated gently. The more grounded explanation lies in inherited narrative. Families carry maps made from words. A displaced household may describe its former home so often that children picture it perfectly. Trauma sharpens repetition. Exile gives architecture emotional power. A lost doorway becomes sacred. A ruined orchard remains green in family speech. Children absorb these landscapes before they understand why adults speak of them with such intensity. Later, the child may claim the images as personal memory. This does not make the experience false. It makes memory communal. Modern research from major universities has shown that memory is reconstructive rather than fixed. People rebuild past events using fragments, expectations, emotions, and later information. Children can be especially vulnerable to suggestion, though they can also report genuine details adults overlook. The ancient tablet cannot be diagnosed from a distance. Yet the modern findings reveal how easily memory and storytelling can merge. A remembered place may be assembled from dozens of unnoticed sources. You picture the scribe setting down the reed. The lamp flame leans toward the doorway. Someone outside coughs. A jar is moved across stone. The tablet is placed among others, perhaps awaiting correction, storage, or recitation. No one in the room knows how long the clay will survive. No one imagines museums, glass cases, electric light, or scholars examining each wedge through magnification. The child's voice has already passed through several minds. The child speaks. An adult interprets. A shrandi. Scribe records. Another scribe copies. A translator chooses. A modern listener imagines. At every stage, something changes. At every stage, something remains. What remains is not proof of an impossible memory. This is the shape of a question. How can a person feel at home in a place never seen? The tablet does not answer. It preserves the unease of those who first heard the claim and decided that ordinary explanation was not enough. Your mind drifts beyond the first cities, past the earliest kings, and into a landscape without written names. The plain is wider here. Rivers wander through marsh and grassland, changing course whenever floodwater presses against soft banks. There are no temple towers on the horizon. No scribal rooms wait behind plastered walls. No clay archive stands ready to preserve a child's strange account. Only people remain, moving through a world remembered by voice, gesture, scar of the soul, and repeated journeys. Long before recorded history, communities carried knowledge without writing. They remembered where fresh water gathered during dry months, where reeds grew strongest, and where dangerous currents turned beneath muddy surfaces. They knew which hill offered shelter from winter wind. They knew which grove attracted animals at dusk. A forgotten spring could mean death. A remembered path could save an entire household. Memory was not decoration. It was survival. You walk beside a small group crossing the damp edge of an ancient marsh. Their feet sink into cool mud. Birds rise from the reeds with sudden wing beats, then disappear into white morning haze. An older woman leads them. She carries no map. She pauses beside a bent tree, studies the direction of light, and turns toward a low ridge barely visible across the water. The younger travellers follow because she remembers. Perhaps her mother taught her. Perhaps her grandmother described the route during evenings beside a fire. Perhaps the path has not been walked for years, yet remains clear inside her mind. Archaeological research from major universities shows that human groups occupied Mesopotamia long before urban civilization appeared. Villages, seasonal camps, and farming communities developed across the region through many generations. Their inhabitants built houses, buried relatives, exchanged materials, and adapted to changing rivers. They left tools, hearths, animal bones, fjords, and traces of walls. They left no written explanation of how they understood memory. The silence is enormous, yet the absence of writing does not mean the absence of history. It means history lived in bodies. A child learned by walking. A place became familiar through smell, temperature, sound, and touch. The sharp scent of wet reeds marked one route. Cold stone beneath bare feet marked another. A distant bird call announced open water. Smoke on the wind suggested human shelter nearby. Knowledge entered through the senses before it entered language. This may help explain why certain places feel familiar without a clear reason. The body notices patterns faster than the conscious mind can name them. A slope resembles another slope. A doorway carries the same proportions as a childhood home. A scent awakens an image without revealing its source. The experience can feel older than thought. Modern researchers studying memory often distinguish between explicit recollection and implicit familiarity. A person may not remember learning something, yet still respond as though the knowledge is present. The feeling is real even when its origin remains hidden. Ancient people would not have used these categories. They might describe the same experience through ancestry, divine influence, dream, or place spirit. Different language surrounds the same human uncertainty. You enter a settlement built beside a shallow river channel. The houses are made from reeds, packed earth, and timber carried from far away. Smoke curls through roof openings. Dogs sleep near storage baskets. Children play beside a wall while adults grind grain and repair fishing nets. One child stops suddenly. He points across the water. He says there is a narrow island beyond the reeds, with a split tree and a hollow where birds nest. The adults exchange glances. The island exists. The child has never been taken there. At least nobody recalls taking him. The explanation may be simple. He overheard fishermen speaking. He saw birds returning from that direction. He followed the gaze of adults and built an image from scattered clues. Yet the certainty in his voice unsettles the household. Certainty often creates mystery. A hesitant child sounds imaginative. A confident child sounds like a witness. The family may test the claim. They cross the channel at dawn. The child recognizes the bend. He points toward the split tree. Perhaps he guesses correctly. Perhaps the adults remember only the successful details and forget the mistakes. Human recollection favors patterns. It trims confusion. It turns a wandering account into a clean story. Generations later, the The story becomes proof that the child knew the island before seeing it. This process is common in oral tradition. Details become sharper through repetition. Uncertainty becomes structure. A surprising event acquires meaning because meaningless surprise is difficult to preserve. The quirky element lies in how some ancient communities may have treated landscapes as the ancestors. A hill could mark the place where a founding figure emerged. A spring could be regarded as the gift of a protective being. A grove might belong to the dead. A child recognizing such a location could therefore be interpreted as recognizing family. Place and kinship were not always separate ideas. To know the land was to know where one belonged. This connection becomes stronger when people move. Floods destroy settlements. Rivers abandon old channels. Fields turn salty. Conflict drives families away. A displaced community carries its former home through description. They remember the sound of water against a certain bank. They remember the shape of a distant ridge at sunset. They remember where the first barley ripened and where the oldest graves rested. Children born elsewhere inherit these images. The old home enters them through lullabies, warnings, work songs, and grief. Eventually, a child may dream of the place. When the dream matches family memory, adults may believe the child has crossed an unseen boundary. Perhaps the child has returned in spirit. Perhaps an ancestor speaks. Perhaps the land itself refuses to be forgotten. Scholars continue to debate how much later Mesopotamian mythology preserves genuine memories from prehistoric environmental change. Some researchers see ancient flood stories as distant reflections of repeated regional disasters. Others warn that myths transform events too freely to serve as simple historical records. Both positions recognize that landscapes shape memory over very long periods. A river can alter a community's identity. A vanished shoreline can remain present in story. A destroyed settlement can survive as sacred geography. The earliest people of the plain watched water create and erase their world. Floodwater deposited rich soil. It also broke walls, drowned fields, and changed routes. A village could stand beside a river for generations, then find itself stranded when the channel moved. Another settlement might vanish beneath silt. Children growing nearby could hear that houses slept under the ground. They might be warned not to disturb old places. They might imagine rooms beneath their feet. One child could describe such a buried village with remarkable detail, using pieces gathered from family tales. Adults might hear more than imagination. They might hear the dead asking to be remembered. You feel the ground cool beneath evening shade. The settlement settles into softer sounds. A grinding stone becomes silent. Someone ties animals near a fence. Smoke thickens above the roofs. An elder begins speaking to the children. Her story contains no written dates. She names no century. She tells of a season when the river rose at night and carried away houses. She tells of people who climbed trees. She tells of a child who knew the route to higher ground without being shown. The listeners accept the story because it explains survival. Whether every detail is factual matters less than the lesson. When water rises, follow the child. When birds leave, move quickly. When the old path appears in a dream, pay attention. Memory and warning become one. This is how hidden timelines form. They do not begin as secret chronicles. They begin as useful stories. A flood becomes an age. An abandoned settlement becomes a lost world. A gifted child becomes a bridge between generations. Repeated for centuries, the story may eventually enter a temple tradition where scribes give it formal language and divine structure. What began beside a fire becomes part of sacred history. The timeline grows deeper with every retelling. There was the world of the living. Before that, the world of the ancestors. Before that, a vanished age of first settlements. Before that, a time when divine beings arranged rivers, fields, animals, and human duties. Each layer explains the one above it. Each layer moves farther from ordinary memory. The result is not a straight line. It is a descent. You move downward through remembered generations until names disappear. Then you enter symbolic time, where human beginnings are described through gardens, clay, floodwater, darkness, and command. A child who remembers an unknown place fits naturally within this structure. The child may be touching a layer beneath personal experience. Perhaps it is family memory. Perhaps it is cultural memory. Perhaps it is a dream shaped by ancient patterns still carried through language. It is possible that such stories survive because they express something ordinary in an extraordinary form. Every person inherits a world they did not witness being made. You know roads built before your birth. You trust names chosen by strangers. You feel attachment to places described by parents and grandparents. Some landscapes enter your identity without your feet ever touching them. The boundary between remembered place and inherited place is thinner than it seems. Night gathers over the plain. The reeds darken. Stars appear where no city light disturb them. A child sleeps near the wall of a house that will vanish thousands of years before any historian can name it. Inside the child's dream, another settlement appears. Its doorway is familiar. Its water tastes different. Different. Someone waits beside a tree. No tablet records the dream. No scholar translates it. Still, the dream may pass into morning speech, then into family memory, then into story. In a time that is no longer remembered, a place without a name begins its long journey toward history. Incense drifts through a narrow temple room while a priest presses 2 fingers against a child's forehead. The child sits on a woven mat beside a shallow bowl of water, and 3 elders watch from the shadows. No one speaks loudly. The room carries the scent of cedar oil, wax smoke, and damp clay, while somewhere beyond the wall a bronze bell gives one soft note. The child has repeated the same name for several nights. It belongs to no living relative, no neighbour, and no servant known to the household, yet the child speaks it with affection, as though calling someone from another room. The family has not brought the child here because the name sounds frightening. They have come because it sounds familiar to an elderly aunt who has heard it only once, many years earlier. Names hold unusual weight in Mesopotamian life. They identify the individual, but they can also preserve devotion, family expectation, royal loyalty, and memory. Many personal names contain statements about a god, a parent, or a hoped-for destiny. A name can praise divine mercy, express gratitude for a birth, or ask protection for a vulnerable child. To give a name is therefore to place a person inside a network of meaning. Temple and administrative records confirm that names were written beside rations, land grants, work assignments, legal agreements, and offerings. A person without a recorded identity could become difficult to place within the machinery of the city. The written name tied the body to household, duty, property, and obligation. It also allowed someone to remain present long after death, at least as a sequence of signs impressed into clay. The priest asks the child to repeat the unknown name slowly. Sus, a junior scribe listens from beside the wall, holding a small tablet across one palm. He writes the sounds as carefully as possible, leaving space between each sign. The name may belong to another city, another dialect, or a family line that disappeared before the child was born. This is not an ordinary act of curiosity. The temple staff are attempting to decide whether the name should be treated as memory, omen, inheritance, or error. Their categories overlap, and none offers complete safety. A mistaken name can be ignored. A divine name cannot. An ancestral name may demand recognition. especially when accompanied by dreams, illness, or repeated references to an unfamiliar place. Some families maintained lists of ancestors and performed offerings intended to sustain bonds with the dead. These practices varied across time and region, yet the underlying concern remained clear. A forgotten ancestor could become restless, while a remembered one remained part of the household's moral order. Food, water, spoken names, and ritual attention helped maintain that connection. The child describes a courtyard where the unknown person once sat beneath a hanging lamp. There is a storage jar near the door and a crack in the wall shaped like a bird's wing. The child says the person was old, but not weak, and wore a dark wool garment even during warm weather. No one in the room recognizes the description. The scribe records only selected details. He does not preserve every hesitation, repeated phrase, or gesture. Ancient documents often compress living speech into orderly signs. The child's pauses disappear. The mother's expression disappears. The aunt's sudden intake of breath disappears. What survives is an arranged version of the encounter, shaped by whoever decides what matters. Researchers at major universities have shown that ancient names can reveal migration, intermarriage, changing languages, and political influence. A foreign-sounding name within a local archive may indicate trade, captivity, marriage, employment, or settlement. The unknown name spoken by the child could therefore belong to a displaced family whose history has quietly entered the household through servants, visitors, or forgotten kinship. The temple interpreter considers this practical possibility first. Priests were not always eager to declare miracles. A false interpretation could damage reputation, waste offerings, or provoke fear. The families asked whether travellers have stayed in the house, whether songs from another region were sung nearby, and whether any older relative used the name during mourning. The mother remembers a woman who worked in the household during the child's infancy. She came from a northern town and left after one harvest season. Perhaps she sang while grinding grain. Perhaps she spoke the note repeatedly while the child slept nearby. Infants hear more than adults suppose. And forgotten sounds can remain buried until language gives them shape. Yet the aunt remains troubled. She says the name belonged to her grandmother's brother, a man lost during a journey many decades earlier. His name was rarely spoken because his death was never confirmed. He had left for a settlement beyond the eastern canals and never returned. The family eventually treated him as dead, but no burial place was known. A name without a grave creates a particular unease. The body cannot be visited. The place of death cannot be purified, marked, or mourned properly. The missing person remains suspended between departure and certainty. Stories gather around the absence because silence leaves too much open space. A fringe interpretation might suggest that the child carries the man's returning consciousness. Ancient Mesopotamian evidence does not establish a clear doctrine of such return, and caution is necessary. Still, households may have held beliefs never fully preserved in formal texts. Private grief often creates ideas more flexible than official theology. The priest does not announce rebirth. Instead, he asks whether the child knows a place connected with the name. The child points towards the sunrise and describes a low building beside a canal lined with black stones. There are steps descending into water, and a tree grows near the entrance. The child says the old man waited there but could not cross. The image may be symbolic. Water often marks separation, danger, purification, or passage. A tree may signify life, shade, sacred presence, or simple geography. The open scholarly debate concerns how much meaning should be extracted from such imagery. Some historians read these accounts primarily through religious symbolism, while others emphasize household memory, suggestion, and the emotional structure of mourning. The interpreter chooses a restrained response. He orders no elaborate ceremony and offers no grand declaration. Instead, the family must speak the missing man's name during a meal, pour clean water into the earth, and ask that any unfinished burden be released. The ritual is modest, almost domestic. Its purpose may be spiritual, but it also gives the family a way to acknowledge what has remained unresolved. There is gentle wisdom in this approach. The priest does not need to prove where the child's knowledge came from. He only needs to recognize that the name has reopened a wound. The ritual turns confusion into action and fear into remembrance. A quirky custom appears in some ancient naming practices. When families feared that a child might attract dangerous attention from unseen forces, they could use humble or protective names. A child might be presented symbolically as insignificant, ordinary, or already claimed by a god. The logic resembles hiding treasure beneath plain cloth. Names could also change after major events. A ruler adopted a throne name, a servant entered a new household, a person devoted to a temple received an identity reflecting new obligations. The name was not merely a label attached forever. It could mark a transformation in social and sacred status. This flexibility makes the child's repeated name even more interesting. Perhaps the unknown word is not a person's birth name at all. It could be a title, a household nickname, or a ritual designation. The family may recognize only part of its history because names often carry layers that archives do not explain. The junior scribe finishes the tablet and adds a date formula tied to the current ruler's reign. He dries the surface near the lamp, careful not to warp the clay. The object may enter a temple basket with dream reports, family petitions, and ritual instructions. It may also be discarded once the matter is settled. You can almost hear the quiet frustration of future historians. A single surviving tablet suggests larger practice, yet the surrounding records vanish. One account remains while hundreds are lost. The archive offers a doorway, then removes the room behind it. The child is given bread sweetened with date syrup. The adults speak the missing man's name aloud for the first time in years. At first, the sound seems awkward, then it becomes easier. The aunt tells one story about his laughter, another about his poor judgment during a flood, and a third about the way he carved wooden handles. The child listens without interruption. Perhaps the details will enter future dreams. Perhaps they will replace the unknown images already present. Memory changes whenever it is revisited, and family stories become more vivid when spoken together. The ritual ends with water poured near the threshold. The priest watches the soil darken, then waits until the final drops disappear. He does not claim that an ancestor has departed or that a mystery has been solved. He simply states that a name has been returned to its household. The phrase is gentle, but its meaning is deep. A lost name can wander through generations. It can survive inside an old song, a child's misheard word, or an uneasy dream. Once spoken, it reconnects absence with history. The child leaves the temple holding the mother's hand. Outside, afternoon heat rests over the streets, and sandals disturb thin layers of dust. Merchants call from shaded stalls while water sellers move between courtyards. The city continues with no knowledge that one forgotten person has briefly returned through sound. Perhaps the child remembered nothing impossible. Perhaps the unknown name entered through an unnoticed voice and waited for the right moment to rise. Perhaps grief made the family recognize a pattern that was only partly there. It is possible that all these explanations share the same quiet center. People fear being forgotten. They create lists, offerings, stories, and rituals because a name can disappear more easily than a stone wall. A child who speaks such a name may seem to open a passage, not necessarily between lives, but between silence and remembrance. The temple keepers understand this much. They preserve names because identity weakens when no one repeats it. They question children because innocence can uncover what adults have buried. They listen because some words arrive carrying more history than the speaker could knowingly possess. The child stands beside a clay table while a scribe draws a river with the edge of a reed. The line curves through wet clay, passing between small marks that represent fields, canals, gates, and shrines. Nothing on the surface resembles a modern map, yet the arrangement carries direction, distance, and purpose. Ancient Mesopotamians created plans for fields, buildings, cities, and regions. Some surviving tablets show boundaries measured with care, while others place settlements and waterways within a wider imagined world. These objects prove that people could think spatially without relying on the paper maps familiar today. The room smells of warm clay and cut reeds. A lamp burns near a jar of water, and the scribe smooths one corner where a mark has gone wrong. The child watches closely, then points toward a place near the edge of the tablet. The child says a gate should stand there. The scribe looks up. No gate appears in the plan, and no one has described one during the lesson. The child adds that beyond the gate lies a narrow path, then a grove, then a pool where birds gather in the evening. The household has never travelled to the city shown on the tablet. The child has never left the local district. Yet the description is precise enough to make the adults uneasy. A merchant is called from the courtyard. He knows the distant city because he has traded wool there during 3 seasons. He listens without smiling and asks the child to describe the entrance again. The child mentions a wall broken near its southern corner. There is a shrine outside the gate, painted with red plaster, and a low bridge crossing a drainage channel. The merchant says the wall is indeed damaged. Although the shrine is no longer red, his answer changes the room. Coincidence remains possible. The merchant may have spoken about the city during meals. A servant may have repeated his stories. The child may have seen a carved model, a painted vessel, or a practice tablet showing similar features. Children gather information quietly. Adults often mistake silence for inattention, which is a flattering mistake for adults and an inaccurate one. Records confirm that merchants, messengers, soldiers, pilgrims, and labourers moved between Mesopotamian cities. Their journeys carried more than goods. They carried descriptions, rumours, songs, warnings, route knowledge, and exaggerated tales of distant places. A child did not need to travel in order to collect geography. The marketplace itself could become a map made from voices. One trader described cedar forests. Another complained about mountain roads. A boatman spoke of marsh channels where reeds rose higher than a man. A soldier recalled a city gate covered with bronze fittings. These fragments entered memory without forming a single clear source. Years later, the mind could arrange them into a complete landscape and present it with the force of personal experience. Modern researchers at major universities describe memory as a constructive process. The mind does not store every event like a sealed tablet. It combines sensation, emotion, expectation, and later information whenever recollection takes shape. This explains much of, but not everything. The merchant asks the child whether there is a temple inside the distant gate. The child says yes, but places it beside the eastern wall. The actual temple stands farther north. The adult seize upon the mistake. Some feel relieved, others dismiss it as minor. The family begins selecting which details deserve attention, and this selection quietly changes the story. Accurate features become evidence, incorrect ones become confusion, vague statements become flexible. The account grows stronger because the weak parts fall away from memory. This process appears in many traditions. A remarkable story is rarely preserved with equal attention to every failed prediction, uncertain phrase, or corrected detail. Human beings prefer a pattern that closes neatly. The child is questioned again the next day. By then, the merchant has described the city more fully. His corrections enter the child's imagination, and the new account becomes more accurate. No one notices how the information has changed hands. The child now remembers bronze hinges, a narrow courtyard, and a well beside the shrine. These details may have come from the merchant, but the family hears them as confirmation. The boundary between the first account and later discussion begins to dissolve. An open scholarly debate concerns how ancient communities tested extraordinary claims. Some historians believe unusual dreams and memories were examined within structured traditions, especially when they affected ritual decisions. Others argue that surviving texts make these procedures seem more systematic than household practice truly was. The difference matters. A trained interpreter might compare signs, ask repeated questions, and seek supporting omens. A family might simply respond to emotion, accepting the details that fit an older story and overlooking those that do not. The clay plan remains on the table. It shows fields divided into measured plots, canals marked by straight lines, and structures arranged according to administrative need. It is not intended to capture colour, smell, memories, or fear. The child's map is different. It includes the sound of water beneath a bridge. It includes birds settling near the pool. It includes the feeling that someone waits beyond the gate. Such details cannot be measured easily. They make the imagined place feel lived rather than merely known. A quirky element appears in several ancient mapping traditions. Some maps place the familiar world at the centre and strange regions at the edges. Where distance blends with legend, remote lands could be described as homes of unusual creatures, rare materials, dangerous mountains, divine forces. Geography became less certain as it moved outward. A child describing an unseen place might therefore enter the border between practical knowledge and sacred imagination. The gate could belong to an ordinary town. The grove might belong to a story. The waiting figure may come from a dream. These layers do not terrorize cleanly. The merchant decides to test the child through objects. He places 3 small clay tokens on the table, each representing a different gate. One has a rounded top, another a narrow opening, and the third bears tiny marks like wooden beams. The child chooses the second token. The merchant frowns because the distant gate does have a narrow entrance. Yet the choice proves little. The child may prefer the shape. The adults may unconsciously guide the decision through posture, expression, or tone. Expectation travels silently. A glance can point, a pause can reward, a disappointed breath can teach a child which answer the room wants. Modern studies of suggestion show how easily questioning can influence memory, especially when the person asking holds authority. A child may not intend to deceive. The child may begin to experience the suggested image as reals. The ancient household has no language for this process. They may call it revelation, recognition, or favour from a god. They may also suspect trickery, illness, or attention-seeking. The child remains caught between interpretations. Travellers from the distant city eventually arrive. They carry dyed cloth, dried fish, copper tools, and jars of oil. The household invites one elderly boatman to hear the account. He listens patiently, rubbing one thumb across a scar on his palm. When the child describes the pool near the grove, he shakes his head. "There is no pool." Then he pauses. There was one many years earlier, before the drainage channel was widened. Birds gathered there during the cool season, and a path once passed between 2 date palms. The room becomes silent. The child could have heard an old description. The merchant may have mentioned it without remembering. A traveller may have spoken nearby during infancy. The explanation remains possible, yet the age of the detail gives the story a deeper pull. The boatman asks whether the child sees anything beside the pool. The child says there is a stone seat under one palm. The boatman remembers a broken foundation block used by travellers as a bench. It was removed when repairs began. Now the place described by the child no longer exists. This is the point where a practical map becomes a hidden timeline. The child is not merely naming distance. The child appears to be naming an earlier version of the landscape. Places change quietly. Gates are rebuilt. canals are redirected, shrines lose their paint, trees fall, and pools dry into dust. A traveller who returns after many years may feel that the city has betrayed memory. A child who describes the older arrangement seems to reverse that loss. The fringe interpretation claims that places may preserve impressions of human experience, which sensitive individuals somehow receive. Ancient evidence cannot establish such a force, and modern science offers no accepted mechanism for it. Still, the idea persists because certain locations feel burdened with memory. Ruins invite imagined voices. Empty rooms seem to retain former lives. A worn threshold suggests countless feet, even when no names survive. It is possible that the child reads traces rather than memories. Old foundations influence new walls. A dry depression reveals where water once stood. Trees grow differently near buried channels. The landscape may offer clues that adults overlook. The child may be observant. That explanation is less mysterious, but no less impressive. The scribe presses new lines into the clay plan. He adds the vanished pool beside the grove, marking it as an older feature. The map now contains 2 times at once. One layer shows the present city. Another preserves the city remembered by travellers. The child's account has forced the adults to acknowledge that a place is never only what stands there now. Every road contains earlier paths. Every gate replaces another entrance. Every courtyard covers older ground. The child watches the reed move across the tablet, then touches the mark representing the pool. The finger leaves a faint print in the soft clays. No one wipes it away. The map dries with the child's trace beside a place never visited. It does not prove impossible knowledge. It records a moment when distance, memory, suggestion, and vanished geography became impossible to separate. Night settles over the temple court while a line of oil lamps flickers along the wall. Priests move slowly between bowls, woven baskets, and carved stands, repeating words shaped by generations of ritual. The air smells of smoke, barley, wool, and river mud, while the moon rises above the city roofs. The ceremony follows a pattern older than anyone present can fully explain. Water is poured, grain is lifted, names are spoken, and the same gestures return at measured moments. Repetition gives the rite its strength because every movement confirms that order can be restored. Mesopotamian communities understood time through cycles as well as straight succession. Seasons returned, rivers rose and withdrew, crops failed and recovered, rulers died, and new rulers claimed ancient titles. The world changed constantly, yet familiar forms reappeared beneath that change. Records confirm that festivals renewed the relationship between cities, rulers, gods, and land. These events did not simply celebrate a date. They recreated an expected structure, allowing the community to enter sacred time through repeated speech, music, offerings, and procession. A child watching such a ceremony might believe the event had happened many times because it truly had. The same hymn returned, the same gate opened, and the same sacred route crossed the city. Familiarity could form before personal memory became clear. The child might later describe a procession from an earlier year without knowing when it occurred. Adults could mistake repeated ritual for impossible recollection because each performance resembled the last. The city itself encouraged time to fold inward through deliberate imitation. You hear sandals brushing across packed earth as participants circle a courtyard. Their movement is simple, but it suggests a universe maintained through return. A ritual performed once might be forgotten. A ritual repeated across centuries becomes a kind of public memory. This pattern appears throughout Mesopotamian thought. Creation could be renewed after disorder, kingship could be restored after conflict, and fields could awaken after the months of dryness. Time did not merely pass, it weakened, broke, and required repair. Some myths describe divine councils arranging the world through repeated acts of separation and naming. Waters are divided, functions are assigned, boundaries are established, and human beings receive duties. These stories often present order as something made, threatened, and made again. The idea of returning does not necessarily mean returning as the same person. A role can return through another body. A royal title survives its holder, a priestly office passes between generations, and a family name reappears in a newborn child. This can create a strange emotional effect. A child receives the name of a grandparent and is treated as though part of the elder remains present. The resemblance may be physical, behavioural, or entirely imagined, yet the household begins reading continuity into ordinary gestures. The child laughs like the dead relative, reaches for the same foods or dislikes the same animal. Each similarity becomes meaningful, while differences receive less attention. Memory gathers around resemblance because grief is skilled at finding patterns. An open, scholarly debate concerns how far ancient naming practices imply beliefs about personal return. Some historians see continuity of identity as symbolic and social. Others argue that household religion may have allowed more flexible ideas about souls, ancestors, and repeated presence. The evidence does not provide a single doctrine. Formal texts often describe the dead as dwelling in a shadowed realm, dependent on offerings and to remembrance. Folk practices may have imagined a more active movement between generations, but those beliefs remain difficult to reconstruct. A quirky custom adds another layer. Some families gave newborns names expressing that a deceased relative had been restored, heard, or returned through divine mercy. Such names do not prove reincarnation, yet they reveal a longing to interpret birth as an answer to loss. The language of return can be poetic without being literal. A family line continues, a household recovers, or a beloved quality appears again. Ancient people could speak this way while still believing the dead remained elsewhere. Yet children complicate symbolism because they sometimes speak with unexpected certainty. A child may claim ownership of an old tool, recognize a forgotten song, or insist that a particular room once belonged to them. Adults then face a choice between correction and wonder. Imagine a household near the Western Canal, where a boy refuses to enter a storage room. He says the ceiling once collapsed there during heavy rain, trapping someone beneath the beams. The room has been repaired for years, and no one has told him the story. An older servant remembers the accident. A former household leader died there before the boy was born. The family had stopped discussing it because the death brought shame, debt, and legal conflict. The boy does not name the dead man. He only says the room feels wrong. Modern understanding offers several possibilities. Adults may have reacted unconsciously whenever the door opened. The child could have heard fragments of conversation. The shape of repaired beams may have suggested danger without conscious reasoning. The family may still interpret the fear through cycles of return. The dead man's unrest becomes the boy's unease. An unfinished story appears again because the household never resolved it. This is how repetition can be mistaken for identity. A pattern returns, so people assume a person has returned with it. The same fear, desire, or conflict reappears in a new generation, wearing a different face. You move into a room where scribes copy an old lament. The text describes a city destroyed, abandoned, and later restored through divine favour. The student writing the lines has never seen the disaster, yet the grief becomes immediate through repetition. Each copy turns inherited sorrow into present experience. The student writes as though the ruined streets still smoke. Although centuries may separate the hand from the event, written memory allows emotional time to circle back. Major universities have supported research showing how cultural trauma can shape stories across generations. Communities preserve disasters through ritual, family narrative, public mourning, and shared symbols later descendants may feel attached to events they never witnessed. This does not require supernatural transmission. Language, behaviour, silence, and social expectation carry the burden. A child learns which places are feared, which names are avoided, and which anniversaries change the mood of adults. Silence itself becomes instruction. A forbidden question teaches that something lies beneath it. A locked room creates a story before anyone explains the lock. A child senses emotional boundaries and may fill them with images. The cycle continues because unresolved experience seeks expression. One generation refuses to speak, another dreams, and a third creates a ritual. What appears to be an ancient return may be a family's attempt to give form to what remained hidden. Mesopotamian ritual specialists understood that repeated acts could redirect dangerous patterns. A recurring nightmare, illness, or household misfortune might be addressed through purification, substitution, prayer, and offering. The purpose was not always to discover the original cause, it was to interrupt the sequence. A figurine might absorb danger, water might carry pollution away, spoken words could separate the sufferer from an unwanted fate. The ritual gave the household a new pattern to repeat. There is gentle intelligence in this method, even when the supernatural explanation cannot be verified. Structured action can reduce fear. The family stops waiting helplessly and begins participating in repair. A child troubled by unknown places might receive a similar treatment. The images could be acknowledged, named, and placed within a ritual boundary. The goal would not be to prove where they came from, but to prevent them from controlling the child. The temple court grows quieter as the ceremony nears completion. A final bowl of water is carried outside and poured near the wall. The participants wash their hands and remove ceremonial garments, returning gradually to ordinary time. Nothing visible has changed. The moon remains above the roofs. The canal continues moving beyond the gate. Yet the community believes a dangerous cycle has been closed and a proper cycle restored. This distinction matters deeply. Not every return is welcome. Seasons should return, offerings should return, and divine favour should return. Disease, famine, nightmares, and ancestral unrest should not. The child who remembers an unknown place may therefore be treated as a sign of disrupted repetition. Something has come back without permission, carrying a pattern that belongs to another time. Perhaps the place is connected with an old migration. Perhaps it belongs to family grief. Perhaps the child has absorbed details through ordinary means and arranged them into a vivid inner landscape. The mystery grows because cycles blur origin. A story repeated often enough feels remembered, even when no one can identify the first teller. A ritual repeated across centuries feels ancient, even when altered many times. Human beings live inside such betokens. You inherit customs whose beginnings are lost. You repeat phrases spoken by people you never met. You fear places because someone once feared them, and you may never learn the reason. It is possible that children sometimes reveal these cycles more clearly, because they have not yet learned which memories belong to them. They speak from a crowded inner world where family, dream, warning, and imagination remain close together. The lamps burn lower beside the temple wall. One flame disappears, then another, while the final participants cross the courtyard in silence. Their shadows pass over the same stones walked by generations whose names no longer survive. The ritual ends, yet its form remains ready to return. Another child will watch, another family will grieve, and another scribe will copy an old line with a new hand. Perhaps what returns is not a soul. Perhaps it is a pattern seeking recognition. A night wind moves through the temple gate, carrying dust across the threshold and cooling the stone beneath your feet. Beyond the outer wall, the city has softened into scattered lamps, barking dogs, and the faint creak of reed doors closing for sleep. Inside the gatehouse, a child lies beneath a wool covering while two attendants wait nearby. The child has dreamed of the same place for 9 nights, always with the same narrow stare, the same bronze bowl, and the same voice calling from behind a sealed door. The family has brought the child here because repeated dreams could carry unusual weight. One strange night might be blamed on food, fever, fear, or noise. A dream that returns with fixed details becomes harder to dismiss. Mesopotamian records confirm that dreams were sometimes treated as possible messages from divine powers. Kings, priests, soldiers, and ordinary people might seek interpretation when a dream seemed vivid, repeated, or connected with danger. Not every dream was sacred, but some were considered worthy of careful attention. The temple gate is an appropriate place for such uncertainty. A gate belongs to neither side completely. It separates sacred ground from ordinary streets, yet it also allows movement between them. Thresholds attract meaning because they mark change without fully belonging to what lies on either side. You hear the dull tap of a wooden latch as an attendant closes the inner door. The child opens tired eyes and asks whether the sealed room from the dream could be somewhere inside the temple. No one answers immediately. The elder interpreter sits beside a lamp and asks for the dream in order. He does not begin with meaning. He begins with sequence, because a dream described carelessly can change while being told. The child says the dream always starts with cold water touching bare feet. A passage slopes downward. Although no torch is visible, the walls smell of wet earth, and a distant bell rings 3 times from somewhere below. At the bottom stands a door marked with 7 round impressions. Beside it rests a bronze bowl filled with black seeds. The child knows the door should not be opened, yet the unseen voice insists that something forgotten waits inside. The interpreter asks whether the voice belongs to a man, woman, god, relative, or stranger. The child cannot say. It sounds close and far away at once, like someone speaking from another room during heavy rain. Such language is common in dreams because the dreaming mind does not respect ordinary distance. A person can stand inside a house and beneath open sky in the same moment. A voice can feel familiar without carrying a recognizable face. The family listens for hidden connections. An aunt remembers a sealed storage room in an abandoned house. The father recalls a shrine with 7 painted circles. A servant once owned a bronze bowl filled with a dark grain. Every adult contributes a posposuro. The dream begins collecting explanation. Modern research from leading universities can suggest that dreams often combine recent impressions with older emotional material. The mind joins fragments that would remain separate during waking thought, creating scenes that feel coherent only while they unfold. This does not make the experience meaningless. Dreams can reveal fear, grief, desire, and unresolved attention, even when they do not predict events. Their power lies partly in how convincingly they transform fragments into places. The child may have seen a sloping corridor during a visit. The smell of wet earth may come from a garden after irrigation. The bell could belong to an evening ritual. The sealed door may represent a room forbidden by adults. Yet the dream feels older than all these possibilities. The child insists that the place was known before the first dream began. There is no moment of discovery. The passage is entered with the certainty of return. This feeling troubles the interpreter more than the objects. A dream of a strange place can be imagination. A dream of returning to a strange place raises a different question. How can the mind create familiarity before experience? One answer lies in repetition. After the second or third dream, the child naturally recognizes the setting. Memory from earlier dreams creates the sense of returning, even when the original place never existed. The child, however, says the first dream already carried that familiarity. No one can test the claim. The first telling is gone. Only memory of the first dream remains, reshaped by every later night. An open scholarly debate concerns how dream reports should be interpreted in ancient texts. Some researchers treat them as literary devices shaped to justify political or religious decisions. Others believe many preserve genuine experiences later arranged into formal language. Both views may be correct in different cases. A real dream can become polished through retelling. A political story can borrow the structure of genuine dreaming because listeners recognize its emotional force. The child's account may never become an official text. It belongs to a household, and household fears rarely survive unless they touch temple business, legal conflict, or royal interest. Still, the interpreter treats the dream with dignity. He knows that ridicule would not remove its effect. A child who fears sleep may become ill, exhausted, or silent. The goal is not spectacle. The goal is calm. A quirky temple practice offers a possible remedy. In some Mesopotamian traditions, dreamers could sleep near sacred spaces while seeking guidance, protection, or a favourable vision. The setting itself prepared the mind through fasting, prayer, scent, sound, and expectation. The child is asked to sleep beside the gate for one night under supervision. A small lamp will remain lit, and a bowl of clean water will stand nearby. The child must speak a protective prayer before closing the eyes. The arrangement is simple, yet every detail influences the dream. The smell of oil enters sleep. The cold floor shapes bodily sensation. The gate creaks in the wind. The waiting attendants whisper near the wall. By morning, these sounds may become corridors, bells, and unseen voices. Ritual and dreaming pass information both ways. The child lies down while the interpreter places 7 pebbles beside the lamp. He explains that each pebble represents a closed path, and that the child may choose not to enter any place that causes fear. This gives the dreamer authority. Instead of being pulled helplessly toward the sealed door, the child receives permission to turn away. The psychological effect is quiet but powerful. Fear often weakens when a person imagines choice. The temple language frames that choice as protection granted by the sacred order. The night grows colder. Wind passes through the gate and lifts one corner of the wool covering. The child sleeps while the attendants remain awake, listening to the city settle into deeper silence. Near midnight, the child begins to murmur. One attendant leans closer but does not wake the sleeper. The child raises one hand as though touching a wall, then turns toward the lamp. The dream has returned. The passage slopes downward. Cold water covers the floor. The bell rings once, then twice, then waits. The child reaches the bottom and sees the marked door. The bronze bowl remains beside it, filled with dark seeds. The voice calls again. This time, the child looks down and finds 7 pale stones held inside one hand. The stones feel warm, though the corridor remains cold. The child places the stones before the door. The marks disappear. The voice becomes quieter. Instead of opening the door, the child turns toward a narrow opening in the wall and sees dawn light beyond it. The dream ends before anyone enters the sealed room. When morning arrives, the child describes the change with visible relief. The interpreter does not claim victory over a spirit, and he does not announce that the dream has revealed hidden history. He says the path has changed because the child has changed within it. This statement carries several meanings. The ritual may have redirected expectation. The protective symbols may have entered the dream through suggestion. The presence of trusted adults may have softened fear. A religious listener might say divine protection altered the vision. A modern observer might describe guided imagery and emotional regulation. The child only knows that the door remained closed. the mysterious place loses some of its power. It may still return, but it no longer controls the dreamer. The family asks whether the corridor exists somewhere in the world. The interpreter answers that some places are built from mud brick, while others are built from fear, memory, and longing. He does not say which kind this is. The answer avoids false certainty while preserving the child's dignity. It also reflects a wider truth about unknown places. A location can feel real because the emotions within it are real, even when no path leads there. Dreams create such landscapes easily. They borrow a doorway from one house, a staircase from another, and a voice from someone long forgotten. They combine them into a place the dreamer has never visited, then fill that place with familiarity. This may be why children sometimes describe impossible settings with complete confidence. Their dream world has its own geography, built through repeated return and emotional intensity. Yet ancient households often allowed another possibility. A dream might cross a boundary that waking life could not. It might reach ancestors, divine beings, or distant locations through means hidden from ordinary understanding. The evidence cannot prove such travel. The idea survives because dreams feel like journeys. You close your eyes in one room and awaken carrying weather from another world. You remember corridors that never existed, faces never met, and cities whose streets seem worn by years of use. The temple gate brightens as sunlight touches its upper stones. Merchants begin opening stalls beyond the wall, and the first carts groan along the road. The child sits beside the 7 pebbles, turning one slowly between thumb and finger. The sealed room remains unexplained, but the fear has loosened. Perhaps no hidden chamber waits beneath the city. Perhaps the dream assembled ordinary fragments into a convincing place. Perhaps the mind knows how to build homes for Mokwins that have no spoken name. The child leaves the gate without looking back, while the final lamp fades beneath the growing daylight. Somewhere inside memory, the corridor remains, but its door stays closed. The river moves under a pale morning sky, carrying reeds, silt, insects, broken leaves, and reflections of distant walls. Its surface appears calm from the bank, yet beneath it the current presses steadily forward, reshaping every bend through patience rather than force. You stand where the water meets a low embankment of packed earth. The mud is cool around your sandals, and the scent of wet clay rises with every step. Fishermen speak quietly nearby while a narrow boat drifts past with baskets stacked beneath a woven cover. For the people of Mesopotamia, rivers are not scenery. They are roads, borders, sources of food, instruments of trade, and unpredictable makers of ruin. Cities depend upon them, fear them, redirect them, and measure their favour through harvests. Records confirm that canals, levees, and irrigation networks supported the growth of large settlements across the southern plain. Administrators tracked labour, water access, field boundaries, and maintenance duties because neglected channels could threaten entire communities. Water carried memory through practical necessity. Families remembered which canal opened first during planting season, which bank collapsed during floods, and which crossing became dangerous after heavy rain. This knowledge passed through warnings, work routines, and stories repeated beside the fields. A child raised near the river learns its moods before learning every word used to describe them. The child notices how birds lift before storms, how reeds bend around hidden currents, and how certain patches of water darken above deeper channels. Such knowledge may appear mysterious to adults who have forgotten teaching it. A child points toward a shallow crossing and refuses to enter, though the surface looks harmless. Moments later, a boat pole disappears into a sudden drop beneath the muddy water. The family calls this instinct. The priest calls it warning. The boatman calls it common sense, though he watches the child with unusual respect. The river trains attention without explaining its lessons. Repeated sights become bodily expectation. A person learns to recognize danger through small patterns that remain beneath conscious thought. Modern research from major universities suggests that human beings absorb environmental regularities through repeated exposure. The mind can predict movement, distance, sound, and risk without recalling each lesson that produced the skill. This kind of knowledge feels immediate. It arrives before reasoning and often carries no visible source. In an ancient settings, that sensation could be interpreted as inherited wisdom, divine favour, or memory from another existence. The river encourages such beliefs because it hides so much. A familiar bank can conceal a buried wall, a quiet pool can cover the remains of a house, a new channel can cut through an older settlement, lifting pottery fragments from ground untouched for centuries. Children sometimes find these objects first. One afternoon, a girl collecting reeds discovers a small clay figure near the waterline. It is worn smooth, with only the shape of a face remaining. She lifts it from the mud and says she knows where it belongs. Her mother assumes the child means their house. The girl points upstream. She describes a place where a wall stands beneath trees, beside a landing made from flat stones. No such place is visible from the bank, and the family has not travelled in that direction for many months. A fisherman overhears the claim. He remembers an abandoned landing farther upstream, half buried after the river changed course. He has never spoken about it near the child, at least not knowingly. The family follows the girl by boat. Water taps softly against the hull while reeds scrape along the sides. The child sits at the front, holding the clay figure against one palm. After several bends, the girl points toward a cluster of low trees. Beneath their roots lies a line of old stone blocks, mostly covered by mud and vegetation. The landing exists. The discovery does not prove that the child remembers another life. She may have seen the stones during an earlier journey and forgotten the visit. She may have heard adults mention them. The shape of the bank may have suggested where such a structure would stand. Yet the object in her hand fits the place emotionally, and emotion gives coincidence a powerful voice. A quirky belief found in many ancient river cultures treats water as a carrier of messages: purity, danger, and divine judgment. Mesopotamian rituals often used water for cleansing, protection, and symbolic release. A spoken burden could be placed into water. A harmful influence could be washed away. A promise could be witnessed beside a canal. Water moved so that it seemed capable of carrying things beyond sight. The girl places the clay figure on one of the buried stones. The adults watch in silence as river water reaches the edge, retreats, then returns. No inscription identifies the figure. No grave marks the bank. The child says only that it should not remain lost. The statement enters family memory immediately. Years later, the adults may remember the girl speaking with greater certainty than she actually used. They may forget the questions that guided her, the hesitant pauses, or the clues visible along the bank. Stories become smoother as they travel. The open scholarly debate concerns whether rivers in ancient texts should be read mainly as physical realities or symbolic boundaries. Some historians emphasize irrigation, transport, and political control. Others study rivers as the imagined passages between order and chaos, life and death, settlement and wilderness. These meanings overlap. A canal is both water and authority. A flood is both disaster and divine language. A riverbank is both workplace and threshold. Children growing within this world absorb every layer. The river also preserves traces selectively. Mud seals some objects while destroying others. Buried timber decays, clay survives, metal corrodes or disappears into reuse. What emerges centuries later depends on accident. A small figurine may remain while the household that treasured it vanishes completely, A tablet recording grain survives while songs, jokes, and private grief dissolve without trace. This imbalance shapes history. You can study what the river gives back, but not everything it carries away. The girl returns home at sunset. Her hands smell of mud, and a thin line of dried clay marks her wrist. She says little about the landing, perhaps because the experience already feels complete. Adults continue discussing it. One believes an ancestor guided her. Another suspects the fisherman once told the story during a meal. A third thinks the girl followed details hidden in the landscape. The river offers support to every explanation. It carries old objects downstream. It exposes buried structures. It repeats sounds across water. It changes familiar routes into unfamiliar ones, then reveals pieces of the past in places where no one expects them. A child can seem to know an unknown place because the river has moved evidence into view. The current becomes a storyteller without intention. It takes a brick from one city and leaves it beside another village. It lifts bones from a forgotten burial and deposits them beneath reeds. It carries seeds, tools, driftwood, and fragments of painted plaster. People discover these objects and create explanations. The explanations may be practical, sacred, or both. A family finding an old seal beside a canal might imagine the former owner. A child touching its carved surface could dream of a distant courtyard. The dream might later feel like memory because the object supplied texture, weight, and emotional focus. Material things invite narrative. A worn cup suggests lips. A broken comb suggests hair. A child's footprint pressed into clay suggests vanished morning. The river does not explain who made these traces. It simply delivers them. Major research organizations have shown how changing river courses influence the rise and decline of ancient settlements. Communities could lose water access, suffer salinization, or abandon districts when channels shifted. A city might disappear not through war, but through geography. Its people would carry memory elsewhere. Children born in new settlements might grow up using detailed descriptions of lost homes beside former channels. They could know the arrangement of streets, shrines, and orchards without ever seeing them. When such families return decades later, the landscape might be altered beyond recognition. The river could have erased gates, covered walls, and moved farmland under new layers of silt. A child might still point correctly toward a buried courtyard, because the family story preserved its relation to the old channel. The knowledge would seem impossible only if the spoken map were forgotten. This is the quiet power of inherited geography. A place can survive in language after disappearing from sight. The river continues past the old landing while evening turns the surface bronze. Insects move above the reeds, and a heron stands motionless in shallow water. You listen to the current against stone. The sound changes with depth, wind, and bank shape. To an experienced boatman, these changes reveal hidden conditions. To a child, they may feel like voices. Perhaps that is why rivers appear so often in stories about memory. They move while remaining familiar. They leave and return, yet never carry the same water. They resemble the mind. A remembered place changes each time it is recalled. New details enter. Old ones fade, and emotion reshapes the banks. Still, the person insists it is the same memory. Perhaps it is. Perhaps sameness does not require stillness. The girl's clay figure remains on the buried stone until the next flood. Water rises, loosens the mud, and carries it away once more. No one sees where it goes. Another child may find it years later beside another bank and feel an unexplained certainty about a place beyond the bend. The river will offer no answer. It will keep moving, holding fragments briefly, releasing them elsewhere, and making ordinary memory feel older than the people who carry it. Cool air rises from a narrow opening beneath the temple floor, carrying the scent of damp earth and old plaster. A worker lowers a lamp through the gap, and the flame reveals steps descending into darkness where no ordinary storeroom appears on any surviving plan. The chamber below is small, carefully sealed, and older than the rooms built above it. Its walls bear no decoration, yet clay jars stand against one side beside baskets hardened into fragile shadows. Several tablets lie beneath a collapsed shelf, protected by dust and fallen brick. Hidden archives often survive through accident. A doorway is blocked, a floor is rebuilt, and later generations forget what lies underneath. Destruction seals the room more securely than any librarian could have intended, preserving records beyond the memory of the institution that created them. Archaeological evidence from Mesopotamian sites confirms that tablets could be stored in baskets, jars, shelves, benches, and wall niches. Some were arranged by subject, while others accumulated through daily work until a room became an archive without anyone naming it as such. You descend carefully, one hand against the cold wall. The steps are uneven, and grit shifts beneath your feet. The lamp shows fingerprints in the plaster, left by workers who smoothed the surface while the room was still new. The first tablets contain routine matters: grain deliveries, wool allocations, worker lists, and temple offerings fill their surfaces. Such records seem ordinary, yet they reveal the pulse of ancient institutions more clearly than royal boasting ever could. A smaller group of tablets differs in shape. Their edges are rounded, their writing is less formal, and several carry short descriptions of dreams, illnesses, unusual births, and troubling statements made by children. These texts do not form a complete collection. Many lines are damaged, and some tablets end where the clay simply broke away. Still, their presence suggests that unusual household experiences were recorded often enough to require storage. One fragment describes a child who names a courtyard beneath another courtyard. The wording is uncertain, but the scene appears to involve a place concealed below a house, unknown to the current occupants. Workers later investigate the floor and discover an older foundation beneath it. The account is brief. It does not explain how the child knew, who ordered the search, or what the discovery meant. The final line mentions an offering placed near the exposed wall. The chamber seems to breathe around you. A hidden room containing a story about another hidden room creates a quiet sense of depth. Human settlements do not simply spread outward, they rise in layers, each generation building above what remains from earlier lives. Ancient cities often grew upward as walls collapsed and new structures covered the debris. Floors were leveled, streets were raised, and houses were rebuilt upon older houses. Over centuries, entire neighborhoods became buried foundations. Children living in such places could unknowingly sleep above kitchens, graves, workshops, wells, and shrines abandoned long ago. The ground beneath them was crowded. A child might notice a hollow sound beneath a floor, a cool draft near a wall, or a crack following the outline of buried masonry. Adults accustomed to the house might ignore these signs. Observation could become apparent prophecy. A child says a room lies below. Workers dig and find one. The discovery seems impossible because no adult recognized the clues that guided the child. Modern researchers studying perception have shown that people often register patterns without conscious awareness. Children may respond to small sensory differences, such as sound, temperature, vibration, or smell, before understanding what those differences mean. The ancient household would possess no formal language for unconscious inference. They might believe the child heard a voice from below, received a dream, or carried memory connected with the buried room. The explanation depends upon the world surrounding the discovery. Another tablet mentions a boy who repeatedly drew a square beside a stairway. His family assumed the shape represented a courtyard. During repairs, workers found a sealed recess behind the lower wall. Inside rested a copper knife, 2 stone beads, and a small jar containing ash. The objects may have formed a foundation deposit, a household shrine, or a concealed offering. Their exact purpose remains uncertain, because context can be disturbed even inside sealed spaces. A quirky fringe theory claims that children can sense hidden chambers through forgotten ancestral memory. No reliable evidence proves such a faculty, and the idea exceeds what archaeology can support. A simpler explanation may lie in family behaviour. Adults avoided the stairway, spoke softly near it, or treated one section of wall with unusual care. The child noticed the pattern, then expressed it through drawing. Children read tension remarkably well. They may not understand why a place feels forbidden, but they understand that it matters. An open, scholarly debate concerns whether small hidden deposits were primarily religious, protective, commemorative, or practical. Some historians emphasize ritual meaning, while others note that valuable objects could be concealed during conflict or sudden flight. The same chamber may have changed function across generations. A storage recess could become a shrine, then a hiding place, then a forgotten cavity inside a later wall. Meaning accumulates as architecture changes. You lift another tablet from the dust. It records a family petition asking temple officials to inspect noises beneath a house. The sounds are described as tapping, scraping, and low movement during the night. The final lines reveal that workers discovered rats inside an abandoned drain. The mystery ends very badly for the rat. Yet the tablet remains important because it shows that not every strange report produced a supernatural conclusion. Ancient officials could investigate practical causes, even when a household feared spirits. This balance complicates easy assumptions about ancient belief. People could accept divine messages and still check the drainage channel. They could perform a protective ritual and repair a cracked foundation on the same day. Practical action and sacred interpretation did not cancel each other. Farther inside the chamber, a group of tablets bears repeated signs connected with seeing, naming, descending, and returning. Their arrangement suggests that they may have belonged to a teaching collection used by ritual specialists. One exercise asked the student to distinguish between a true dream, a confused dream, and a dream shaped by illness. The criteria are incomplete, but the existence of categories shows an effort to organize unusual experiences. Another text warns that repeated questioning can alter a child's account. The line is damaged, yet its meaning appears surprisingly cautious. The interpreter is advised to hear the statement once, then compare later versions without supplying missing details. Such restraint feels strikingly modern. It may also reflect practical wisdom gathered through experience. Priests and scribes who handled many petitions would have noticed how stories changed under pressure. A frightened parent could lead a child unintentionally. A hopeful family could turn a vague statement into a detailed revelation. A temple official could create the answer expected by asking the question in the wrong way. The archive suggests that some ancient observers recognized these dangers, even if their explanations remained embedded in religious language. A final tablet describes a girl who insists that a chamber beneath a sanctuary contains painted stars. Repairs expose an older ceiling fragment decorated with dark blue pigment and small pale dots. The account offers no miracle claim. It records the discovery, the girl's statement, and the decision to preserve the fragment inside the newer building. Perhaps the child saw loose pigment in the dust. Perhaps a worker mentioned the older decoration. Perhaps she invented the image and coincidence made it seem true. Still, the fragment remains. The buried chamber becomes part of temple history because a child's words directed attention downward. That movement matters. Cities teach people to look ahead, toward gates, roads, markets, and approaching danger. Hidden archives teach a different habit. They ask you to look beneath your feet. Every floor rests on decisions made by strangers. Every wall covers an earlier line. Every room may contain another room in memory, foundation, or so a story. The child who describes an unknown place may not be looking outward toward a distant city. The place may lie directly below, hidden by rebuilding and silence. This possibility changes the nature of impossible memory. The mystery no longer concerns travel across distance. It concerns awareness across layers. A household can forget its own ground. Documents vanish, elders die, and repairs erase visible clues. Within a few generations, a sealed chamber becomes unimaginable to those living above it. Then a child points toward the floor. The statement feels ancient because the knowledge belongs to the building rather than the family. Perhaps the child heard the workers discussing cracks. Perhaps cool air seeped through a gap at night. Perhaps the hollow space changed the sound of footsteps. The mind gathers these details quietly and produces a conclusion without showing its work. To adults, the conclusion appears from nowhere. The chamber below remains still as the lamp burns lower. Dust rests across tablets that once passed through anxious hands. The records preserve fears, investigations, errors, discoveries, and unresolved cases without forcing them into one explanation. This may be the archive's greatest value. It does not prove that children remember hidden places from another existence. It reveals that ancient communities encountered claims of unexplained knowledge often enough to record, test, and interpret them. Some claims ended with rats. Some ended with broken walls. Some ended with ritual. A few ended with objects lying exactly where a child said they would be. You climb toward the surface while the buried room falls back into darkness. The tablets remain below, holding many voices inside one silencer. Above, sunlight crosses the temple floor where countless feet pass without knowing what lies underneath. A long table stands beneath the white light of a modern study room. Covered with photographs, clay casts, dictionaries, and handwritten notes, scholars sit on opposite sides, examining the same damaged lines while reaching very different conclusions about what those lines can honestly support. One researcher sees evidence of ancient concern with inherited memory. Another sees a ritual text shaped by dream language. A third believes the fragment has been stretched far beyond its grammar by modern readers seeking mystery. This disagreement is not a failure, it's how careful history proceeds. A tablet may survive for 4,000 years, yet still refuse to provide a complete answer. Its signs can be read, compared, and translated. But every missing corner limits certainty. Scholars must decide where evidence ends and interpretation begins. The room carries the faint smell of paper, dust, and clay. A magnifying lamp reveals shallow wedge marks that vanish whenever the light shifts. One sign resembles a word for knowing, though damage along its edge leaves another reading possible. The debate begins with grammar. Sumerian is a language with no living community of native speakers. Its meanings are reconstructed through bilingual lists, repeated phrases, later hois, administrative documents, and comparison across thousands of texts. Records confirm that scribes in Mesopotamia studied Sumerian even after it ceased to be commonly spoken. It became a language of scholarship, ritual, literature, and learned tradition, preserved by students who copied older compositions. This long history created layers. A sign used in an early administrative account might carry a different shade of meaning in a later hymn. A phrase copied by a student could preserve ancient wording without preserving ancient understanding. The disputed line concerning a child and an unfamiliar place depends upon one such ambiguity. The verb can suggest recognition, knowledge, acknowledgement, or experienced familiarity. Each choice changes the translated as knowing, and the child possesses information, translate it as recognizing, and the child responds to something already presented, translate it as acknowledging, and the line may concern social identity rather than memory. The tablet offers no modern punctuation. It provides no quotation marks to show where the child speaks. It does not identify every subject clearly, because ancient writers often relied on context now lost. A skeptical philologist therefore begins by reducing the claim. The safest reading may describe a child naming or identifying a place without explaining how the knowledge was obtained. That version is less haunting. It's also more defensible. Across the table, a historian of religion argues that caution should not erase cultural meaning, even if the child merely identifies a place. The surrounding ritual language suggests that the act was considered unusual. The text may preserve an ancient category of experience that modern translation cannot capture neatly. The household may have understood recognition as evidence of divine contact, ancestral influence, or hidden identity. Both scholars agree on the words. They disagree on the world behind them. This distinction matters because evidence from ancient societies rarely arrives in complete form. Clay records actions, formulas, names, and selected events, but not every tone of voice or unspoken assumption. A ritual text may list what must be done without explaining why everyone already knows the reason. A legal tablet may summarize a dispute without preserving the anger that shaped it. The historian must reconstruct cautiously. A researcher trained in psychology adds another layer. Children often produce vivid accounts through suggestion, source confusion, fantasy, and repeated questioning. These processes can create sincere memories that feel entirely real. The ancient case cannot be tested under controlled conditions. No original interview survives. No observer recorded the first statement before adults began reacting. This makes certainty impossible. Yet the psychological explanation does not automatically settle the matter. Modern research describes common mechanisms, but it cannot prove which mechanism shaped one damaged ancient account. The scholar must avoid replacing one unsupported certainty with another. A fringe enthusiast arrives at the archive carrying a different confidence. He believes the tablet proves that children remember former lives in lost cities. He speaks of forbidden knowledge, concealed histories, and institutions unwilling to admit the truth. The professional researchers listen politely. Then they ask for the full translation. The enthusiasm weakens when grammar enters the conversation. One quirky feature of ancient tablet study is that many dramatic claims begin with a photograph separated from its catalogue record. A broken text circulates without excavation context, dating over reverse side bis or neighbouring tablets. The fragment becomes a blank surface for modern desires. A single damaged line is presented as a complete revelation. Words supplied by translators appear without brackets, so guesses look identical to preserved signs. Context disappears first. Mystery grows immediately. Serious scholarship depends upon the context because tablets rarely explain themselves in isolation. The location of discovery, handwriting style, clay composition, tablet shape, and associated records can reveal whether a text belonged to a school, temple, household, court, or merchant archive. Obscure exorcists may copy imaginary material. A ritual tablet may use symbolic language. An administrative record may report an event more directly, though even such records reflect institutional needs. Jean Restreint's interpretation. The open scholarly debate does not concern whether anything can be imagined. Almost anything can. The debate concerns which interpretation requires the fewest unsupported assumptions, while still respecting the ancient worldview. One group emphasizes ordinary transmission. A child hears descriptions from travellers, relatives, workers, or songs, then forgets the source. Another group studies social memory. Families preserve lost homes through storytelling. allowing descendants to experience inherited geography as personal familiarity. A third group examines ritual symbolism. Unknown places may represent the underworld, divine domains, family obligations, or states of illness and recovery. None of these readings requires supernatural memory. None completely explains every unusual detail either. The scholar of childhood history points out another difficulty. Ancient texts rarely preserve children's voices directly. Adults write what children say, decide which statements matter, and place those statements inside adult categories. A child's account reaches the tablet already transformed. The scribe may shorten it. The priest may reinterpret it. The family may emphasize one phrase and suppress another. What survives is not raw testimony. It is testimony filtered through authority. This does not make the account worthless. It reveals how adults responded to children, what they feared, and which claims they considered serious enough to record. The focus shifts from proving impossible memory to understanding belief, family tension, and cultural practice. Major universities and scientific journals often build authority through method rather than certainty. Researchers publish competing readings, revise earlier translations, and admit where evidence remains incomplete. This can disappoint readers who want a hidden truth opened cleanly. Ancient history rarely behaves so generously. A cautious conclusion may sound weaker than a dramatic one, but caution protects the mystery from invention. It allows wonder to remain attached to the evidence rather than replacing it. The scholars compare 3 copies of a similar passage. One version contains a place name, another preserves only a damaged sign, the third appears to substitute a divine title. These differences suggest that scribes adapted the composition over time. Perhaps the text was not a single report, but a recurring story pattern. A child speaks unexpected knowledge, adults seek interpretation, and a ritual restores order. The place changes because the structure matters more than geography. This possibility turns the tablet into literature. It may have taught students how to think about uncertain signs, household fear, and responsible interpretation. A literary text can still preserve lived experience. Stories often grow from situations familiar enough to require explanation. The skeptical scholar concedes this point. The religious historian concedes that no secure evidence proves reincarnation. The psychologist concedes that unusual familiarity can feel profound even when produced by ordinary memory processes. Agreement appears slowly, not around one answer, but around the limits of each answer. The tablet remains on the table between them. Its surface is plain, cracked, and stubbornly incomplete. No hidden light emerges. No final translation settles every question. This restraint may be the most honest form of discovery. The ancient record does not need to prove that children carried memories from another life in order to disturb you. It is enough that families once heard such claims and took them seriously. They questioned, recorded, tested, ritualized, and remembered. Their responses reveal a world in which identity could extend through family, place, dream, duty, and divine order. Modern scholarship narrows the claim, but it does not erase the emotional truth. A child can feel attached to a place never visited. A family can recognize meaning in that attachment. A culture can build rituals around the uncertainty. The white lights dim as the study room closes, photographs return to folders, clay casts are covered, and notes are stacked beside dictionaries. The scholars leave without agreement. The tablet remains inside its case, carrying several possible readings in silence. Perhaps skepticism protects it from fantasy. Perhaps imagination protects it from becoming merely an object. Between them lies the patient work of history, where truth is approached through fragments, corrections, and questions that refuse to disappear. Far from the river plains of southern Mesopotamia, Another child wakes before dawn and describes a village beyond the mountains. The houses have steep roofs, the path bends around a cold spring, and a bell sounds from a building the child has never seen. The family listens with the same uncertain attention found in many places and periods. Some adults smile, some become uneasy, and one older relative remembers a distant settlement described by travellers many years earlier. Stories of children recognizing unknown places appear in cultures separated by great distances. They arise in farming villages, island communities, mountain settlements, royal courts, and modern cities where family memory still carries the weight of older homes. The details differ, yet the pattern often remains familiar. A child speaks with confidence, names an unseen location, and describes a house, road, field, shrine, or shoreline that adults believe should be unknown. Sometimes the account concerns a place linked with a deceased relative. Sometimes it concerns a former family home abandoned through migration, conflict, famine, or marriage. Sometimes no connection is found at all. These reports require patience because resemblance does not prove shared origin. Human communities face similar experiences, and similar stories can develop independently when children surprise adults with knowledge that appears to lack a source. Records from many societies confirm that children are often treated as standing close to unseen worlds. Their youth can be associated with innocence, unfinished identity, divine favour, ancestral presence, or vulnerability to harmful influence. Such ideas emerge partly because childhood is mysterious to adults. A young mind develops rapidly, remembers unpredictably, and speaks before learning which subject should remain private. A childhood may describe a dream during breakfast with complete seriousness. An adult might under the same experience for years, fearing ridicule or misunderstanding. This openness gives unusual childhood statements a special authority. The speaker appears too young to invent a complex deception, although children can imagine, imitate, exaggerate, and respond to suggestion without intending harm. In one mountain community, a child repeatedly speaks of a stone bridge beside a forest road. The family lives on an open plain where trees are rare, and no bridge of that kind stands nearby. A visiting trader hears the description and recognizes a route leading toward a distant mining settlement. The child mentions a carved mark on one support and a small shrine beneath the eastern side. Months later, relatives travel there and find a weathered symbol cut into the stone. A neglected offering niche stands near the riverbank, partly hidden by moss and fallen branches. The discovery becomes a family story. What remains unclear is how the child learned the details. A traveller may have spoken in the market. A painted object may have shown a similar bridge. The family may remember the accurate features more strongly than the errors. The story grows cleaner through repetition. A scholarly debate surrounds cross-cultural collections of such reports. Some researchers argue that recurring patterns deserve systematic investigation. Others warn that translation, selective reporting, family expectation, and cultural belief can create similarities that appear stronger than they are. The disagreement is not only about evidence, it is also about method. A claim gathered years after the event carries less weight than a statement recorded before verification. A description written down immediately is more powerful than one reconstructed from family memory after a dramatic discovery. The order of events matters greatly. When adults visit a place first, see it first, then ask the child to confirm details. Suggestion can shape the account. When the child's statements are recorded before anyone investigates, the mystery becomes harder to dismiss, though still not impossible to explain. One university research group studying unusual childhood memories has emphasized early documentation, independent witnesses, and careful separation between confirmed and unconfirmed details. Critics continue to question whether cultural expectations influence which cases are reported. Both concerns deserve attention. A family that believes children can carry ancestral memory may notice and preserve unusual statements more readily. Another family may dismiss the same words as play and never report them. This creates an invisible selection effect. The surviving cases are not a random sample of childhood speech. They are the stories adults considered meaningful enough to remember, investigate, and share. A quirky custom appears in several regions where children receive names connected with deceased relatives. If the child later displays a similar habit, fear, preference, or gesture, the resemblance can be interpreted as continuity. A child dislikes deep water. The deceased relative drowned. A child recognizes an old song. The relative sang it often. A child asks for a tool hidden in storage. The household begins to wonder whether memory has crossed generations. Ordinary pathways remain possible. Children observe adult reactions, hear fragments of conversation, and notice objects charged with emotion. A tool wrapped carefully and never used will attract curiosity. A forbidden name will become memorable. A room entered only during mourning will carry emotional force even before anyone explains why. Culture teaches children where mystery lives. In a coastal settlement, a girl describes a narrow bay where boats are pulled onto black sand. She says a red house once stood above the water, though no red house exists near her home. Her grandmother becomes sibilant because the family once lived beside such a bay on another island. They left before the girl was born, following a storm that destroyed several homes. The grandmother insists that nobody describe the place in detail. Yet family memory often travels through more than direct explanation. A faded cloth may show the colour of the house, a song may name the bay, adults may speak while believing the child is asleep. The child could assemble these fragments into a landscape that feels internally complete. The result is not false memory in the simple sense. It may be inherited imagination shaped by the real history. This distinction matters because personal identity often includes places known only through family narrative. Descendants of migrants can feel longing for villages, streets, or coastlines never personally visited. They inherit food, accent, ritual, silence, and stories. The unknown place becomes emotionally familiar. Children may express this familiarity more directly because they have not learned to separate memory from imagination with adult confidence. They may say, "I lived there," when an adult would say, "I have heard so much about it that I can almost see it." The difference may be grammatical rather than spiritual. It may also be deeper. Some cases institute details that relatives claim were never discussed. These remain the most difficult to explain, especially when the child identifies obscure landmarks, old building arrangements, or names known only to a few adults. Even then, careful investigation must examine hidden information channels, visitors, photographs, overheard conversations, local reputation, and leading questions can all transmit knowledge without leaving a clear trace. Human communication is porous. A secret spoken once can travel through an entire household. A scholarly phrase often used in these debates is that extraordinary claims require unusually strong documentation. The phrase does not reject mystery. It asks the evidence to carry the weight placed upon it. A vivid family story may be emotionally convincing while remaining historically uncertain. This tension appears across cultures. One community interprets the child through ancestors, another speaks of returning souls, another invokes divine and dreams, inherited blessing, or dangerous spirits. A modern household may use the language of memory science, imagination, or coincidence. The same behaviour enters different systems of meaning. The systems shape what happens next. A child believed to carry ancestral memory may receive respect and ritual attention. A child considered imaginative may be encouraged to draw the place. A child suspected of illness may be examined by a healer or physician. Interpretation changes exigeance per undissonance experience. Desitum hindatus. The child learns from adult reactions which details matter. Fear can intensify the story. Warm attention can encourage repetition. Skepticism can silence the account completely. Researchers must therefore study not only the original statement, but also the social world that grows around it. In one desert community, a boy describes a garden surrounded by white walls. The nearest gardens are dry enclosures with low mud brick boundaries, yet the boy speaks of flowing channels, citrus scent, and cool stone. The family assumes he imagines a royal garden from a story. Years later, they visit a distant city where an old courtyard matches part of the description. The adults are astonished though many gardens share common forms. Human beings are skilled at finding resemblance. A square courtyard, central pool, shaded path, and painted doorway can appear across regions separated by centuries. Familiar architecture may produce the illusion of exact recognition. The mind fills gaps generously. A child says, "This is the place," and the adults begin fitting details around the claim. The courtyard becomes the courtyard, the tree becomes the tree, and the doorway becomes the one once described. This does not mean the family is dishonest. It means recognition is an active process. You stand in the imagined courtyard while water moves through a narrow channel. The air smells of leaves, wet stone, and sun-warmed plaster. The place feels strangely known. Perhaps you have seen something similar in a photograph, a film, a dream, or any older house visited briefly during childhood. The source remains hidden, but familiarity arrives with confidence. Adults experience this too. The mystery is not limited to children. Children simply reveal it without embarrassment. Across cultures, the hidden truth may be less about proof of former lives and more about the shared human need to place unexplained familiarity inside a story. Some stories become sacred. Some become scientific questions. Some remain family legends told quietly at night. The child's unknown place stands at the meeting point of memory, culture, architecture, grief, and expectation. No single tradition owns the mystery, and no single explanation closes it. The same question rises beneath different skies. How can a place feel remembered before it has been seen? The clay tablet rests beneath a narrow beam of lamplight, and the signs seem to deepen as shadows gather inside each wedge. A scribe reads softly, not because the text demands secrecy, but because some words feel more powerful when spoken close to silence. The passage does not describe memory as a sealed container. It suggests something nearer to resonance, a sound continuing after the first voice has stopped. A name is spoken, then carried by another mouth. A place is seen, then carried by another mind. Ancient Mesopotamian writing often treats words as active forces. A blessing can protect, a curse can injure, a royal name can preserve authority, and a ritual phrase can restore order. Speech does not merely describe reality, it participates in reality. Records confirm that scribes copied hymns, laments, prayers, and incantations with great care because the exact sequence mattered. A changed sign could alter meaning, ritual function, or divine association. The written word became a vessel for sound waiting to be released. You can imagine the tablet as a quiet instrument. It produces nothing while resting alone. Yet the voice of a reader awakens its pattern. Signs become breath. Breath becomes sound, and sound enters everyone gathered nearby. A child listening from the doorway may not understand the language fully. The rhythm still enters memory. Repeated phrases settle into the mind, carrying images of mountains, gardens, rivers, gates, and distant divine dwellings. Years later, one image rises during sleep. The child describes a place beneath a copper sky, Where 7 walls surround a silent court, the adults hear impossible knowledge, but the source may be an old hymn recited during infancy. The words were forgotten. The landscape remained. This is the first echo. A sound can disappear from conscious memory while leaving emotional shape behind. The child may remember the fear, calm, or wonder of the recitation without remembering the temple room where it was heard. Modern research from major universities shows that music, rhythm, and repeated language can strengthen memory even when exact details fade. A melody may return decades later while the occasion connected with it remains lost. Ancient scribes understood this power through practice. They arranged lines, repeated titles, balanced phrases, and used recurring images that made compositions easier to learn and harder to forget. The mystery grows when a child speaks one of these images as personal experience. A sacred garden becomes a remembered home, a divine road becomes a familiar path, a ritual gate becomes a doorway once crossed. The culture does not always separate poetic memory from lived memory sharply. Mythic places can feel real because ritual makes them present. The listener does not merely hear about the sacred landscape, the listener enters it through voice. A priest reciting a descent into darkness may walk slowly around the room. Lamps are lowered, water is poured, incense thickens the air. The body receives the story through sound, scent, movement, and temperature. A child watching such a rite may later remember the underworld as a physical place. The memory is not false. The event truly happened, though the place existed through performance rather than travel. This distinction can disappear over time. The child remembers being there. The adults assume there must be a location. A quirky feature of ancient ritual language is the use of repeated divine names and titles that accumulate meaning through sequence. One being can be called by many names, each revealing a different role, power, or relationship. The listener learns that identity is layered. A person may also carry several identities. One name belongs to family, another to office, another to ritual duty, and another to memory. The self becomes a gathering of voices rather than a single fixed point. This helps explain why an ancient child might speak as though another person's memory lives nearby. The culture already allows identity to extend through titles, ancestry, divine service, and inherited obligation. A granddaughter receives the name of an elder and repeats the elder's household duties. She sleeps in the same room, uses the same tools, and hears the same songs. The family says the old presence echoes through her. They may mean resemblance. They may mean blessing. They may mean something more literal. The surviving language rarely tells you exactly where metaphor ends. An open scholarly debate concerns how literally ancient audiences understood poetic expressions about voices returning, names enduring, and ancestors speaking through descendants. Some historians emphasize symbolism, while others argue that ritual language often reflects sincerely experienced presence. Both interpretations can coexist. A family may know that a song is only a song and still feel that the dead person returns when it is sung. Emotional truth does not require confusion. You enter a courtyard where women prepare wool beneath a shaded awning. One begins a work song about a distant city destroyed by flood. Another joins, then a third. The youngest child sits beside a basket, following the rhythm with one hand. The song describes blue doors, high steps, and a fig tree leaning over a canal. None of the singers has visited the place. The city may have vanished generations earlier. Still every voice reminds it. The child grows up knowing the angle of the step, the colour of the doors, and the smell of fruit near water. These details feel inherited because they truly are, though not through blood alone. They travel through repetition. Years later, the child sees another city with blue doors and a leaning tree. Recognition arrives with such force that the body responds before thoughts. The place feels remembered. The echo has found a wall that returns its sound. Human beings often mistake resonance for origin. When something matches an inner pattern, it can feel like the source of that pattern. A familiar melody heard in a new setting may seem connected with a forgotten childhood moment. The same may happen with the architecture. A narrow passage, a certain arrangement of light, or the smell of wet plaster awakens a hidden pattern. The person says, "I know this place," even when the mind cannot explain why. Ancient people might describe this as the place knowing the person in return. That idea appears strange only until you stand inside an old room and feel watched by its silence. Worn floors, smoke-darkened beams, and polished thresholds suggest lives without revealing them. A place presents traces. The mind supplies voices. A fringe interpretation claims that thoughts leave impressions in buildings and that sensitive children can receive them. No accepted scientific evidence supports such transmission. Yet the belief persists in many cultures because old places often provoke unusually vivid impressions. The more grounded explanation lies in pattern recognition, suggestion, and emotional atmosphere. A ruined house resembles stories of ruin. A temple corridor resembles dream imagery. A burial place encourages solemn expectation. The environment guides imagination. Still's imagination is not empty invention. It draws from memory, culture, and sensory detail, combining them into an experience that may feel received rather than created. The child hearing echoes in an abandoned court may be hearing pigeons, wind, loose wood, and distant footsteps. The mind organizes these sounds into a human pattern. Someone seems to whisper. Someone seems to call a name. The brain prefers meaningful sound over meaningless noise, especially when fear and expectation are present. Temple interpreters knew that echoes could mislead. A voice in a stone chamber might appear to come from no visible person. Ritual architecture could amplify chanting, conceal speakers, or make ordinary sounds feel divine. This did not always reduce sacred meaning. The echo itself could become part of the ritual. A priest speaks once, and the chamber answers several times. The returning sound feels like confirmation from beyond the visible room. A child exposed to such spaces may learn that voices continue after speakers stop. The lesson is physical, spiritual, and emotional at once. Memory behaves similarly. A parent speaks, years pass. The child repeats the phrase in another house. The original voice is gone, yet its shape remains. You hear this pattern inside family habits. A gesture passes from mother to daughter. A warning travels from grandfather to grandson. A fear survives without its original event. The descendant may not know why certain places feel dangerous. The feeling arrives first. An older generation once suffered there, spoke cautiously, and changed behaviour. The child absorbs the pattern without receiving the full story. This is another echo. It carries no clear sentence, only tension. As a sealed door feels wrong, a river bend inspires dread, a distant town produces longing. The child may explain the sensation by saying, "I was there." Perhaps that statement is the closest available language. The deeper structure does not require a former life. It requires only that human memory moves through more than deliberate teaching. Tone, silence, posture, ritual, naming, and repeated movement all carry information. The tablet preserves this world through tendons that resemble small impressions left by a pressure. Each wedge is an absence shaped into meaning. The scribe does not draw a picture of the voice. He leaves a pattern that another voice can enter. That is what memory does. It leaves spaces prepared for return. A child hears an old composition and later fills its places with personal feeling. A family hears the child and fills the statement with ancestral meaning. A scholar reads the tablet and fills broken lines with cautious possibilities. Every act of understanding is an echo meeting a surface. The danger lies in mistaking the returning sound for the original voice. The beauty lies in realizing that the original voice has not vanished completely. You sit beside the tablet while the lamp burns lower. The reader reaches the final line, where the text describes a word crossing from one heart into another. The exact translation remains uncertain. It may mean teaching. It may mean remembrance. It may mean that a name has found another mouth. The scribe closes the tablet inside a clay cover, preserving the signs beneath a second layer. The voice disappears from the room, but not from the pattern. Somewhere in the city, a child dreams of blue doors beside water. No one knows where the image began. Perhaps it began with a real city, perhaps with a hymn, perhaps with grief repeated so often that it became a landscape. The echo does not reveal its first sound. It only proves that something has carried. You enter a city that no longer has a living name, or wind moves through broken walls, sand gathers in doorways, and the afternoon sun turns every exposed brick the colour of old bone. No voices rise from the courtyards, yet the place does not feel empty. A narrow street passes between collapsed houses. The ground is uneven because earlier floors lie beneath the visible one, each generation rebuilt upon another, leaving rooms stacked inside the earth like memories pressed together. Archaeological research confirms that many Mesopotamian settlements were occupied, abandoned, rebuilt, and occupied again. Floods, warfare, changing rivers, trade decline, disease, and political upheaval could empty a district or force an entire population elsewhere. Abandonment was rarely clean. Families carried tools, livestock, and portable wealth, but they left broken jars, heavy grinding stones, damaged furniture, and objects considered too ordinary to save. These remains became the final arrangement of daily life. You step into a small house where one wall still reaches shoulder height. A clay oven stands beside the courtyard, filled with wind-blown dust. Near it lies a shallow bowl marked by a repeated use. The objects do not speak, but they suggest movement. Someone once kneaded this here. Someone swept ash toward the corner. A child may have sat beside the oven during winter mornings, warming small hands against the wall. Archaeologists reconstruct these lives through patterns. A cluster of spindle whorls may indicate textile work. Animal bones reveal diet. Seeds show what grew nearby. Wear on a threshold records years of passing feet without preserving a single name. This is one way a place remembers. It holds pressure. It keeps stains, cuts, soot, repairs, and discarded objects long after personal memory disappears. The traces are physical, though the story built around them remains uncertain. A child walking through such ruins may respond strongly before understanding anything about archaeology. Low walls resemble rooms, doorways invite imagined entry. A broken staircase suggests an upper floor that no longer exists. The mind completes what is missing. A half circle becomes a jar, a line of brick becomes a bed platform, a dark patch becomes the place where a lamp once stood. Children are especially willing to inhabit incomplete spaces. They turn ruins into houses quickly, assigning rooms, people, and purposes without requiring proof. One child entering the abandoned city says that the eastern house belonged to a woman who baked flat bread at night. The adults laugh gently because the child has never visited the place. Inside the house, archaeologists find an oven blackened by heavy use. The discovery sounds remarkable until you remember that many houses contained ovens. The child may have guessed from the shape of the room, the darkened wall, or the smell released when disturbed soil warmed in sunlight. Correct inference can feel like memory, The child then points toward a doorway and says a small animal was buried beneath it. Excavation reveals bones under the threshold, though the species is difficult to identify. Now the adults become quiet. Burials beneath houses and thresholds are known from several ancient communities. Some were human, some animal, and some ritual deposits. The practice varies widely, so no single explanation fits every case. A scholarly debate continues over whether certain animal remains beneath buildings represent sacrifice, food waste, household protection, or accidental intrusion. Context matters, yet damaged sites often refuse to provide enough of it. The child knows none of this. The child only says the doorway felt guarded. That word changes the discovery from bone into meaning. Adults begin connecting the deposit with protection, spirits, and household memory. A fringe interpretation might claim that ruins preserve emotional impressions which sensitive people can detect. No established evidence proves that buildings store human feeling as an invisible force. Still, places influence emotion through ordinary means. A low ceiling creates tension. Narrow passages reduce visibility. Uneven floors demand caution. Silence amplifies small sounds. The body reacts before the mind explains why. An abandoned house can feel sorrowful because signs of interruption surround you. A cup remains where someone left it. A wall stops in the middle of a painted pattern. A doorway opens into sky. The architecture tells you that continuity ended. You may experience this as presence when it is actually absence arranged in recognizable form. The child moves through another courtyard and stops beside a damaged plaster wall. Faint colour survives near the floor, almost invisible beneath dust. The child says there were flowers painted there. A conservator brushes the surface carefully. Curving red lines emerge beside traces of green pigment. The pattern may indeed represent plants. How did the child know? Perhaps the surviving lines were visible from a lower angle, closer to the child's height. Adults looking down saw only dirt, while the child's eyes met the wall directly. Perspective creates mystery. Children notice different parts of a place because their bodies occupy different space. They see beneath tables, through low gaps, and along surfaces adults rarely examine closely. A statement that appears impossible may begin with a simple difference in viewpoint. The ruined city contains many such traps for certainty. A child recognizes a drain because rainwater still follows it. A buried doorway appears through cracks in vegetation. A former room can be sensed through cooler soil and changing echoes. The landscape continues revealing its earlier shape. Major universities have supported archaeological results at using ground surveys, soil analysis, remote sensing, and careful excavation to identify hidden streets and structures. These methods show that vanished cities remain present as patterns beneath the surface. A child has no such instruments. The body can still notice slight rises, unusual plant growth, or changes in how footsteps sound. Observation becomes a primitive survey. You cross an open area where wind has removed part of the upper soil. Lines of brick appear like pale scars across the ground. They form a building larger than the surrounding houses. The child calls it a place for singing. No instrument survives there. No inscription names the room. The walls alone cannot reveal whether music, prayer, storage, or administration filled the space. Yet the acoustics are unusual. A voice spoken near one wall returns softly from another. The child sings one note, and the ruin carries it farther than expected. The place may never have been designed for song. The surviving walls simply create that effect now. Ruins invent new functions after abandonment. A storeroom becomes a shelter. A temple becomes a quarry. A palace courtyard becomes pasture. Later visitors interpret what remains according to present sensation. This can produce false memories of purpose. The child says the room was always used for singing because singing feels natural there now. Adults may accept the claim if it matches their hopes. The ruins become a mirror. People bring grief and find graves. They bring faith and find shrines. They bring mystery and find hidden doors. Archaeology attempts to resist this projection through measurement, comparison, and context. Even then, interpretation remains unavoidable because objects do not explain themselves. A seal found near a doorway may have been lost, stored, discarded, or placed ritually. Its location matters, but location alone cannot recover intention. The city preserves evidence without preserving certainty. That distinction makes ruins both valuable and dangerous. They offer enough detail to awaken imagination, but rarely enough to control it completely. A child who describes unknown rooms may be reading the same evidence adults read, only without professional language. The child senses domestic life in an oven, danger near a narrow passage, and ceremony inside a resonant chamber. The interpretation may be wrong. The perception may be sharp. An unusual discovery deepens the question. Beneath one house, excavators uncover an older street running in a different direction. The earlier city followed another plan before rebuilding changed its orientation. The child says the street continues toward a gate beneath the northern wall. Survey work later reveals a buried road following roughly that direction. The adults speak of memory. The archaeologist speaks of alignment, visible ground features, and reasonable inference. Both descriptions address the same moment from different worlds. Perhaps the child noticed that several walls ended along one line. Perhaps wind had exposed part of the road farther away. Perhaps the statement was broad enough to fit the discovery. Perhaps chance was involved. Chance becomes impressive when hidden structures are found, yet every ruin offers many opportunities for partially correct guesses. People remember the successes and rarely preserve the failed claims with equal care. The city encourages selective wonder. A child may point to 10 locations, 9 reveal nothing unusual, 1 contains a buried wall. The wall becomes the story. This does not fit the moment of meaning. It shows how human attention builds history from fragments. As evening approaches, long shadows fill the abandoned rooms. The heat leaves the walls slowly, and a cool scent rises from exposed earth. You stand inside a house whose owners vanished thousands of years ago. The room is not their memory, yet it holds consequences of their lives. Their hands shaped the plaster. Their feet wore the threshold. Their smoke darkened the ceiling. The place remembers through alteration. A child touching the wall enters contact with those alterations. The experience may feel personal because touch collapses distance. The same rough surface met another hand in another age. No message of it is between them. Still, the connection is real. The forgotten city lives inside the imagination because its forms resemble the rooms of living people. A courtyard remains a courtyard. Even when its roof is gone, a doorway still asks you to cross. You supply the missing inhabitants because architecture expects bodies. Perhaps children seem to remember lost places because they enter this invitation more fully. They do not hesitate before placing voices in empty rooms. They hear a city asking to be completed. The sun lowers behind the broken walls. Sand moves across the old street, covering the footprints left during the day. By morning, the surface will look untouched again. Beneath it, the city remains, holding walls within walls, roads beneath houses, and countless ordinary lives reduced to pressure, stain, and shape. It does not remember as a person remembers. It preserves enough for another mind to begin. A child sits beneath a woven awning while afternoon heat settles over the courtyard. Around the child, adults sort grain, mend baskets, and speak quietly about a journey nobody wants to make. The child listens without appearing to listen. then asks why the family must return to a place they left many years ago. The question seems ordinary until the child names a well near the old road. The well has been dry for decades, and no one remembers describing it recently. The child says a broken stone lies beside it and that someone once waited there during a storm. The adults stop working. One explanation concerns forgotten conversation, another concerns family story, a third concerns something less easily named, because the child speaks as though the place carries a duty rather than a memory. This changes the mystery. The child does not merely recognize an unknown location, the child appears to believe that something must be done there. Ancient societies often understood memory through obligation. To remember a person could require offerings, mourning, protection, repayment, or restoration. A forgotten event did not remain safely in the past if its consequences still shaped the household. Records confirm that Mesopotamian legal and administrative texts carefully preserved debts, land claims, inheritance rights, labor duties, and agreements across generations. Memory supported justice because obligations could outlive the people who first created them. A family might inherit a field dispute from grandparents. A temple could demand service promised by an earlier household leader. A missing payment could return through written evidence decades later. The past possessed weight. A child speaking of an unknown place might therefore be interpreted as revealing unfinished business. The place could hold an unpaid debt, a neglected grave, a broken oath, or property taken during conflict. The family would not ask only, how does the child know? They would also ask, what does the knowledge require? The dry well lies near a settlement abandoned after repeated crop failure. The family once owned land there, though no one speaks proudly of it. During a difficult season, an older relative borrowed grain from a neighbouring household and left before repayment became possible. The debt was never recorded clearly. The lender's family scattered. The obligation remained only in memory, and memory gradually weakened. Now the child dreams of the well. In the dream, someone waits beside the broken stone with an empty bowl. The figure does not threaten, it simply waits. A temple interpreter hears the account and asks whether hunger shaped the family's departure. The elders admit that it did. They remember arguments, theft, and a final night when several households left without farewell. The child's dream becomes a vessel for collective shame. Modern researchers at major universities have studied how families transmit unresolved emotional patterns through chance, behavior, and repeated caution. Children may sense anxiety around certain names or places without learning the full history. The child then creates an explanation. A dream gives the anxiety a face. A place gives it direction. This process does not require hidden memories passing through blood. It requires only close attention to adults who believe they have concealed their fear. Children notice what changes the room. They notice which name makes an elder look down, which road is never chosen, and which story ends too quickly. They discover these signals and build meaning, where adults leave gaps. The result can feel like revelation. A fringe interpretation might suggest that children return with specific tasks from an earlier existence. Such claims appear in many later traditions, but ancient Mesopotamian evidence does not present a secure system of souls returning to complete unfinished duties. Still, the idea fits the emotional structure of the account. A child appears carrying knowledge linked with obligation, and the household responds by repairing something neglected. Whether the memory belongs to the child may matter less than whether the repair is needed. The family travels to the abandoned settlement during the cool season. The road crosses dry channels, low fields, and stretches of hard earth broken by salt. The child rides inside a cart holding a small bowl of grain. No one says who first decided to bring it. The journey feels ceremonial even though no priest travels with them. Each adult carries a private version of the old story. and each version places blame somewhere else. One elder blames drought, another blames pride, a third blames the neighbouring household for demanding too much. The child knows none of these arguments. The child knows only the well, the stone, and the waiting figure. When the family reaches the ruins, they find the well partly collapsed. A large broken block lies beside it, though many abandoned wells would have similar stones. The child approaches without hesitation. Adults read certainty into every movement. Yet the child may be following the dream, or simply responding to their expectation. By this point, the family has described the place during the journey, corrected directions, and prepared the child for what should appear. The original memory cannot be separated from later influence. This is an open, scholarly debate in many unusual childhood cases. Researchers disagree over how much detail must be documented before adults begin questioning, travelling, or verifying. Later accuracy may result partly from new information. The earlier account remains the most important, yet it is often the least complete. The family pours grain beside the well and speaks the names of those who once lived nearby. No one knows whether descendants remain to receive repayment, so the offering becomes symbolic. It cannot repair hunger from decades earlier. It can acknowledge that the hunger existed. The child places the empty bowl beside the broken stone. Nothing visible happens. Wind passes across the ruined fields. A bird lifts from a wall and disappears toward the west. The adults remain still longer than necessary, perhaps because silence feels appropriate when language has failed. This moment reveals one possible purpose of strange memory. It allows hidden history to return in a form the household can bear. Adults may resist direct accusation. They may refuse to discuss theft, abandonment, or shame. A child's dream can carry the same material without openly blaming anyone. The dream belongs to innocence. The family can respond without surrendering pride completely. Ancient ritual often worked through substitution. An object, image, animal, or spoken formula could represent a burden too dangerous or complex to confront directly. A bowl of grain may stand for repayment. Water may stand for cleansing. A journey may stand for confession. The child's memory may perform a similar function. It becomes a symbolic messenger. A quirky Mesopotamian practice involved writing certain troubles onto small objects or figurines, then burying, breaking, washing, or removing them. The act gave physical shape to something otherwise invisible. Memory can also take shape through place. Anxiety becomes a road. Shame becomes a dry well. Grief becomes a waiting figure. Once the emotion has geography, people can travel toward it and act. This may explain why impossible memories so often concern specific locations rather than abstract ideas. A place can be visited, searched, repaired, blessed, avoided, or mourned. Location turns uncertainty into movement. The child's role becomes less mysterious when viewed this way. Children are not always chosen because they possess supernatural knowledge. They may be chosen by the family's own attention because their words give shape to what adults cannot say. The child speaks one image. The adults recognize an entire history behind it. They then build a ritual around the recognition. The process can be healing, but it can also burden the child. A young person treated as the carrier of ancestral duty may feel responsible for emotions beyond understanding. The family may ask repeated questions. They may expect new dreams. They may interpret ordinary fears as messages. The child learns that unusual statements bring solemn attention, and the pattern can deepen. A careful interpreter would therefore protect the child from becoming an oracle for every family problem. The experience can be respected without turning the child into a permanent source of revelation. This balance requires restraint. Ancient records rarely show such restraint clearly, but some ritual instructions limit questioning and specify when a sign should be ignored. Not every dream deserves action, and not every strange statement belongs to the gods. Wisdom sometimes appears as refusal. The family leaves the abandoned well before sunset. They carry no object away and uncover no hidden treasure. The journey produces no proof. Still something shifts among the adults. One elder tells the full story of the borrowed grain for the first time. Another has just that the family left while neighbours were still asking for help. The child listens from the cart. The burden returns to those old enough to carry it. This may be the most important development. The child's memory has completed its function once adults begin speaking honestly. The place does not need to reveal a supernatural secret. It has already opened a sealed part of family history. You can imagine other purposes for impossible memory. A child may preserve a disappearing place, warn of danger, reunite relatives, justify migration, or give a name to grief. The account survives because it changes behaviour. Stories that lead nowhere often failed. Stories that produce reconciliation, ritual, or discovery are repeated. This creates another selection effect. Families remember unusual childhood statements that resulted in meaningful action. They forget the many strange remarks that ended without consequence, or the surviving stories seem purposeful because purpose helped them survive. Yet this does not make them empty. Purpose can emerge even when the original cause remains uncertain. A dream assembled from overheard fragments may still reveal real family pain. A mistaken memory may still lead to truth. A child's invented place may become the doorway through which adults finally speak. The mind does not need perfect history to produce honest meaning. Night reaches the road as the family returns home. The cartwheels creak, and the child falls asleep beneath a wool covering. The empty bowl remains beside the well. Wind begins filling it with dust. Now an ancestor appears. No voice follows the travellers. The place returns to silence, but the household carries something different away. Perhaps children remember unknown places because families need a messenger who stands outside old guilt. Perhaps they speak from dreams because dreams can cross boundaries that conversation cannot. Perhaps memory serves not only to preserve the past, but also to demand a response from the living. The child sleeps while the adults begin naming what they once refused to name. Twilight settles gently across the plain as the final warmth of the day escapes from the mud brick walls. Smoke rises from evening fires, and the scent of baked grain drifts through narrow streets where families prepare for another quiet night. Above them, the first stars appear, one by one, bright enough to reflect in the slow canals surrounding the city. A child pauses beside the water instead of returning immediately home. The surface is almost still, disturbed only by insects and the occasional ripple from a passing fish. The child stares into the reflection for so long that an older sister asks what is so interesting. The answer is unexpected. The child says the stars look different when they are in the water. The sister laughs softly and replies that they are only reflections. The child shakes the head and says the stars beneath the water seem older. No adult nearby understands what such a statement means, yet no one forgets hearing it. Ancient Mesopotamian people observed the sky with remarkable patience. Priests and scholars recorded the movement of planets, the appearance of the unusual stars, eclipses, and changing patterns across the heavens. Their observations eventually became some of the earliest sustained astronomical records in human history. The night sky was not viewed as empty space. It formed part of an ordered universe where celestial movement reflected divine order, seasonal change, and the rhythm of earthly life. Looking upward was therefore both practical and sacred. Children grew beneath this sky every evening. Before written lessons, before complicated ritual, before formal instruction, they watched familiar constellations rise above the same rooftops. The heavens became the first map shared by every household. The child continues watching the reflection rather than the stars themselves. Water bends the light gently, stretching each point into trembling lines that disappear whenever the surface moves. Perhaps this is why the reflection feels ancient. It seems to belong somewhere deeper. Modern researchers have explored how human perception changes when familiar objects appear through unusual conditions. Reflections, echoes, shadow pose, and partial visibility encourage the mind to search for hidden meaning, because ordinary recognition becomes slightly uncertain. The child experiences no scientific curiosity. The child simply feels that something beneath the water remembers the sky differently. An elderly fisherman overhears the remark. Instead of correcting the child, he begins telling a quiet story passed down from his grandfather. He speaks of nights when travellers navigated canals by watching reflected stars because clouds covered much of the sky above. Whether the story is entirely accurate matters little. It teaches another way of seeing. Sometimes people reach familiar destinations by just looking downward instead of upward, and the child listens carefully. Years later, the memory of reflected stars may blend with dreams, river journeys, and stories about distant places. A landscape begins forming inside the mind, built from mirrored light rather than ordinary travel. One unusual feature of Mesopotamian symbolism is the frequent relationship between heaven and earth. Temples linked both realms through architecture, ritual, and sacred imagery. The ordered sky provided a model for the ordered city, while earthly disorder threatened both human society and divine balance. A child hearing these ideas repeatedly may begin imagining invisible correspondences everywhere. One river reflects another, one city resembles another, one journey mirrors another journey already completed long ago. Similarity becomes meaningful. You walk beside the canal while darkness deepens. Frogs begin calling from the reeds, and cool air replaces the heat that covered the fields only hours earlier. Small lamps appear inside distant houses until the settlement resembles another constellation resting upon the ground. The child notices this immediately. The houses look like stars. The stars look like houses. The distinction begins dissolving. An open scholarly debate concerns how deeply symbolic thinking shaped ordinary Mesopotamian experience. Some historians argue that complex religious associations remained primarily within educated priestly circles. Others suggest that symbolic relationships spread widely through festivals, songs, architecture, and family tradition. Both possibilities likely deeply exist together. A temple scholar might explain celestial order through elaborate theology, while a farmer understood the same order through seasons, planting, and observation. Different language described related experience. The child belongs to neither category completely. Children create their own systems before adults organize them. They connect light, sound, place, and feeling without demanding strict boundaries. A bright star resembles a lamp, a river resembles the sky, a distant city resembles a dream. These connections often disappear with age, replaced by more practical distinctions. Yet sometimes they remain. A mother calls the child home for the evening meal. Bread, onions, lentils, and fresh dates wait inside the courtyard. Conversation turns toward harvest estimates, canal repairs, and a merchant expected from the north. The child asks whether the merchant has ever followed reflected stars. The adults exchange amused glances. The merchant eventually arrives several days later. He confirms that experienced travellers sometimes judge direction through reflections when wind disturbed the view above, or when narrow waterways limited the visible horizon. The child smiles with quiet satisfaction. One small observation has connected imagination with practical knowledge. This moment illustrates something subtle about mysterious childhood memories. Adults often assume a child must choose between fantasy and reality. Ancient life rarely demanded such separation. Practical travel could exist beside symbolic meaning. Observation could stand beside ritual. A reflected star could guide a boat while also suggesting hidden order. The same image served several purposes. A quirky detail appears in ancient cylinder seals showing celestial symbols beside rivers, boats, mountains, and sacred trees. Historians continue debating whether these combinations represent mythology, royal authority, ritual scenes, or artistic convention. No single explanation satisfies every example. The child would never see such debate. The child simply experiences a world where heaven frequently appears inside water. Later that night, sleep arrives gently. The child dreams of walking across a canal whose surface has become clear as polished stone. Instead of fish beneath the water, there are distant villages glowing softly like stars. No voice speaks. No mysterious guide appears. The dream unfolds in complete silence. The child walks from one light to another until each village begins reflecting a different memory. One contains laughter without faces, another contains the smell of fresh bread, a third carries the sound of sandals across sunlit brick. None of these places can be identified. Each feels familiar. Modern neuroscience suggests that dreams naturally combine emotional fragments into coherent landscapes. Smells, sounds, conversations, fears, and expectations blend together without respecting chronological order. Ancient interpreters would describe the experience differently. They might ask whether the dream encourages travel, warns against danger, or reveals a hidden obligation. Different frameworks examine the same human event. Morning arrives before the dream reaches an ending. The child remembers only the lights floating beneath the feet. Several days pass without mention of the dream. Then a visiting musician begins singing an old composition about cities shining beside sacred waters under the protection of divine powers. The child listens with unusual attention. Something inside the song resembles the dream. Perhaps the melody awakens it. Perhaps the dream borrowed from an earlier version of the song heard long ago. The direction cannot be known. Memory rarely announces where it began. It grows quietly through repeated contact. Researchers studying autobiographical memory often note that people remember emotional patterns more reliably than precise sequences. A feeling of familiarity may survive long after names, dates, and original circumstances disappear. The child experiences precisely this. The villages remain. Their names do not. An elderly woman watching from the courtyard smiles gently. She tells the child that some places remain inside people even after roads vanish. Her statement carries no philosophy. It comes from lived experience. She herself left another settlement during childhood after floodwaters destroyed the surrounding fields. Decades have passed. Yet she still remembers the sound of water striking one particular wall during spring. She rarely speaks about it. The child never knew. Perhaps fragments of that forgotten place entered family conversation over many years. Perhaps they settled inside lullabies, work songs, or ordinary remarks spoken while preparing meals. The unknown village beneath the dreaming water may contain pieces of that older home without belonging entirely to it. The child has inherited atmosphere rather than geography. This inheritance feels real because emotion preserves landscapes with unusual strength. When adults remember childhood homes, they often recall scent before architecture, temperature before measurements, and sound before direction. The child's dream follows the same pattern. Feeling arrives first. Location arrives later. Perhaps this explains why unknown places seem remembered instead of imagined. Emotion creates familiarity before reason begins asking where such familiarity came from. You remain beside the canal as evening returns once more. The stars appear above, while their reflections shimmer below with every passing breeze. Neither sky is false. One exists overhead, the other exists through water. Both can guide a traveller under the right conditions. Perhaps memory behaves in much the same way. Some memories come directly from lived experience. Others arrive through reflection, carrying shapes borrowed from family, culture, story, dream, and quiet observation. Both feel genuine. The child watches the reflected sky until darkness covers the canal completely. The stars remain overhead, unseen for a moment behind drifting clouds, while their trembling reflections linger a little longer upon the water. Sometimes what disappears first is not what truly endures. A cool morning settles over the excavation house, while trays of pottery, bone, charcoal, and clay rest beneath linen covers. Each object carries information, yet none carries enough to answer every question asked of it. History begins with evidence, but evidence always arrives incomplete. You stand beside a table where an archaeologist turns a small tablet beneath the angled light. The signs are visible, the damage measurable, and the clay can be studied through methods far more precise than ancient scribes could have imagined. Even so, the tablet cannot reveal the child's expression, the family's fear, or the exact words spoken before the scribe began writing. This boundary is easy to forget. A surviving object feels authoritative because it is real. You can touch its surface, or measure its dimensions, and identify the mineral content of its clay. Yet physical survival does not guarantee complete meaning. Records confirm that archaeological interpretation depends upon context, the position of an object, its relation to nearby walls, its depth, and the material surrounding it can reveal how it was used. Once that context is lost, certainty weakens quickly. A tablet purchased without excavation records may still contain readable signs. What disappears is the room, shelf, basket, or household that gave those signs social meaning. The same problem affects unusual childhood accounts. A fragment may state that a child knew a place. It may even preserve a location, a witness, and a ritual response. What it cannot preserve is every possible route by which the child learned the information. No archive records every overheard conversation. No tablet lists every story told beside a cooking fire. No scribe notes every glance exchanged when a forbidden name is spoken. History cannot prove that such influences were absent. It also cannot prove that they were present. This leaves a narrow space where uncertainty survives. Skepticism can describe likely explanations, while wonder asks whether something unusual may remain beyond them. Neither position should pretend to possess more evidence than it does. A historian trained at Oxford might emphasize textual limits, damaged grammar, and the danger of forcing modern beliefs into ancient material. A researcher from Yale might examine family memory, migration, and social transmission. A scientist writing in a major journal might discuss suggestion, pattern recognition, and source confusion. Each approach adds clarity. None can return to the original room. The child is gone. The adults are gone. The first telling is gone. Only the arranged trace remains. A simple clay surface therefore holds two histories. One history concerns what can be demonstrated. The other concerns what may have happened but can no longer be tested. Responsible scholarship keeps these histories separate. Mainstream evidence supports several grounded possibilities. Children can absorb information without remembering its source. Families can transmit places through repeated stories. Dreams can combine fragments into convincing landscapes. Adults can strengthen stories through selective attention and repeated questioning. These mechanisms are well documented. They explain why many claims of impossible memory may not be impossible at all. Yet explanation at the level of possibility is not proof in an individual case. Saying that the suggestion can occur does not show that suggestion produced one particular statement. Saying that children overhear adults does not identify the forgotten conversation. History often works through likelihood rather than absolute certainty. This can feel unsatisfying. A dramatic mystery appears to demand a dramatic answer, but the evidence may support only a careful range of possibilities. A quirky difficulty appears when modern readers expect ancient tablets to function like courtroom transcripts. Most do not. A ritual text may summarize only the action considered important, while omitting everything obvious to its intended readers. The missing details were not hidden deliberately. They were simply unnecessary at the time. A scribe did not write for archaeologists thousands of years later. He wrote for a temple official, teacher, merchant, priest, or household member who already understood the setting. Modern readers arrive without that shared knowledge. The silence surrounding the text grows larger than the text itself. An open scholarly debate concerns how much can be inferred from such silence. Some historians argue that interpretation should remain close to visible wording. Others believe broader cultural patterns allow cautious reconstruction of beliefs not stated directly. Both methods carry risk. Too much restraint can flatten ancient life until only lists remain. Too much imagination can turn fragments into stories the evidence never contained. The narrow path between them requires discipline. You enter a storage room where thousands of tablets sit inside numbered boxes. Most concern ordinary matters. Barley, sheep, workers, taxes, fields, and deliveries fill shelf after shelf. The strange fragment occupies only one box. This imbalance is important. Ancient archives preserve institutions better than a private experience. A temple needed to record grain regularly. A family did not need to record every unusual dream. The scarcity of such texts does not prove the experiences were rare. It may only show that official systems had little reason to preserve them. The opposite mistake is also possible. One surviving fragment may appear important simply because it is unusual. Rarity attracts attention, and attention can exaggerate significance. A single account cannot establish a widespread belief. It can establish that someone wrote the account. That modest fact still matters. It shows that unexplained childhood knowledge could enter serious written culture, even if only briefly. The clay preserves recognition, concern and response. It does not preserve final certainty. A fringe reader may insist that the gaps themselves prove suppression. According to this view, missing lines hide a forbidden doctrine, and skeptical scholars avoid the truth because it threatens accepted history. This argument cannot be tested because every absence becomes supporting evidence. Careful history rejects such reasoning. A missing corner proves only that the corner is missing. It does not reveal what was written there. The mystery becomes stronger, not weaker. When invention is refused, you are left with an honest fragment rather than a manufactured revelation. Imagine the child speaking inside a courtyard at dusk. The statement concerns a distant gate, an old well, and a house beside water. The adults ask questions. Perhaps the child heard these details from a traveller. Perhaps the child dreamed them. Perhaps the family reshaped the account through attention. Perhaps an explanation unknown to modern science played some role. History cannot rank every possibility equally, because some have stronger evidence than others. Ordinary memory processes deserve greater weight than extraordinary transmission without a known mechanism. Still, greater weight is not complete closure. The final certainty remains unavailable. This distinction allows skepticism without mockery. The child's experience may have been sincere even if the explanation was ordinary. A false conclusion does not require false emotion. The child may truly have felt recognition. The family may truly have felt fear. The ritual may truly have brought relief. These are historical realities even when the supernatural interpretation remains unproven. Researchers sometimes separate event from meaning. The event is what occurred, the meaning is what people believed it meant. Ancient evidence often preserves meaning more clearly than event. A ritual tells you how people responded. A prayer tells you what they feared. A family offering tells you what obligation they believed remained. The exact cause stays hidden. This is not a weakness unique to ancient history. Modern memory is also incomplete. Two witnesses recall the same room differently. A family disputes when a story was first told. A person feels certain about an event that records contradict. The past becomes unstable as soon as it enters human memory. Clay can preserve words more firmly than flesh, but the words still begin in memory. Perhaps this is why the tablet feels unsettling. It combines durable material with uncertain experience. The object survives perfectly enough to invite confidence, then withholds exactly what confidence requires. You can read the signs. You cannot enter the child's mind. You can trace migration routes. You cannot hear every voice the child once heard. You can identify an ancient settlement. You cannot prove whether familiarity came from travel, story, dream, or something less understood. The limits remain. A careful scholar places the tablet back inside its padded tray. The label includes date, site, language, dimensions, and catalogue number. These facts are secure. The larger claim remains cautious. Such restraint may appear cold, yet it protects the people behind the object. It prevents modern readers from turning a child's uncertain experience into proof for theories the family never held. It also prevents dismissal. The text is not meaningless simply because it cannot prove the impossible. It reveals how ancient people listened to children, interpreted memory, and responded when ordinary explanation felt insufficient. That is already a hidden truth. The tablet does not open a clear door into another life. It opens a narrower passage into the ancient experience of uncertainty. Within that passage, families weigh fear against reason, priests balance ritual with observation, scribes preserve words whose meaning exceeds their confidence. The same balance remains familiar. You may prefer a scientific explanation. You may feel drawn toward mystery. The evidence asks both impulses to move slowly. Outside the excavation house, sunlight spreads across the ruins. Workers cross old walls with measuring rods, brushes, and notebooks. Every trench reveals something. Every trench leaves more untouched. History grows through discovery, but also through recognition of what discovery cannot reach. The child's unknown place remains somewhere between fact and interpretation, between memory and story, between ordinary mind and unanswered possibility. Perhaps the most truthful conclusion is not that the mystery has been solved. Perhaps it is that the mystery has been properly bounded. Within those boundaries, the evidence speaks clearly. Beyond them, silence begins. A table of clay fragments lies beneath soft evening light, each piece separated by a narrow strip of linen. None appears remarkable alone. One carries the end of a place name, another preserves a child's title, and a third contains a phrase about crossing water without travelling. Together, they begin to form a pattern no single tablet could reveal. The work is slow. A scholar turns one fragment, compares the curve of its edge, and studies the direction of the signs. Another checks whether the clay colour matches pieces found in the same district. A third reads aloud a sequence of words that may belong to a ritual question. This is how forgotten systems are rebuilt. Not through one dramatic discovery, but through small agreements between damaged things. Ancient archives often survive in disorder because buildings collapsed, shelves broke, and later excavators encountered tablets scattered across rooms. Fragments from one composition may be separated by several meters, several collections, or several centuries of modern study. Records confirm that scholars have reconstructed Mesopotamian texts by comparing repeated passages across multiple copies. A missing line in one tablet may survive elsewhere. while a damaged sign can be clarified through a school version written by another hand. The method resembles listening to several witnesses who remember different parts of the same song. One copy preserves the beginning, another holds the middle, a third changes the ending. The differences are as important as the agreements because they reveal how traditions moved, adapted, and gathered new meaning. The fragments on the table suggest that unusual childhood recognition belonged to a larger structure of interpretation. The child's statement was not treated as an isolated curiosity. It entered a sequence of questions, observations, and possible responses. First came the place, then came the name, then came the test of direction, distance, and sensory detail. The interpreter asked what the child smelled, heard, touched, and feared. These questions did not prove the memory, but they organized it. A place described only through shape might come from the imagination. A place described through recurring sound and scent seemed more deeply rooted, at least to ancient listeners. The child might mention cold stone, bitter smoke, or water moving beneath a floor. The interpreter then searched household history, ritual knowledge, and travel accounts for a matching pattern. This was not science in the modern sense. It was a system. The difference matters. A system does not need to be correct in every belief to reveal disciplined thought. Ancient healers, priests, and scribes classified experience because classification offered control over confusion. A strange memory became less frightening once placed inside a known sequence. The reconstructed pattern contains several possible categories. One concerns dreams shaped by recent events. Another concerns family knowledge entering a child through unnoticed speech. A third concerns divine warning. A fourth concerns ancestral obligation. The categories overlap, yet each leads towards different action. A recent dream may require rest. A family memory may require conversation. A divine warning may require ritual. An ancestral obligation may require naming, offering, or repair. The child's words therefore serve as the opening of a process rather than the final truth. A quirky detail appears in one fragment, where the interpreter is instructed to ask the child to draw the place with pebbles, reeds, and clay pieces. The arrangement seems almost playful, yet its purpose may have been practical. Children often communicate spatial memory more clearly through objects than through formal speech. A doorway can be shown with 2 stones, a river can be traced with a reed, a courtyard can be enclosed with broken pottery. The ancient interpreter may have understood that language alone could distort the account. A child builds a small settlement on the floor. 2 pebbles mark a gate. A line of wet clay becomes water. A shell represents a shrine. Adults watch the arrangement emerge and begin comparing it with places they know. This introduces danger as well as cooperation. An adult may move 1 pebble and say, "Do you mean here?" The child agrees. The map changes. Suggestion enters through the hand rather than the voice. An open scholarly debate concerns whether these procedures aim to test truth or simply produce a meaningful ritual response. Some historians see practical investigation inside the pattern. Others believe the sequence mainly transformed confusion into an ordered sacred event. Both readings may be valid. A family wants explanation, but it also wants relief. The interpreter provides both by making the child's experience visible, shared, and bounded. The fragments reveal repeated numbers as well. 3 questions appear in one copy, 7 observations in another, and 4 possible outcomes in a later version. Modern readers may search for hidden codes, yet ancient texts frequently use structured numbers for memory, ritual balance, and literary design. The numbers make the process easier to repeat. They also make it feel complete. A ritual with 7 stages seems more authoritative than a conversation without shape. Repetition gives uncertainty a frame. The reconstructed sequence may have begun with silence. The child was asked to speak once without interruption. Adults then recorded the first account before offering any names or places. This detail is striking because it shows awareness that questioning can alter memory. The child's first words were treated as fragile. A later statement could be compared with them. Details that appeared only after adult discussion might be marked as uncertain. Such caution does not prove that the system worked reliably, but it suggests practical experience. Interpreters who heard many cases may have noticed how easily stories grew under attention. A child says there is a tree. An adult asks whether the tree stands beside a gate. The child agrees. By evening, the family remembers that the child described a tree beside a gate from the beginning. The system attempts to resist this drift. Another fragment lists signs that should weaken confidence, changing direction, repeating adult language, adding details after praise, and identifying several different places are all treated with suspicion. The wording is damaged, yet the pattern is clear enough to suggest restraint. Ancient interpreters were not required to believe every unusual claim. Some children were frightened, some were imaginative, some repeated stories heard elsewhere. Some may have spoken for attention. The process attempted to distinguish among these possibilities without humiliating the child. This balance feels unexpectedly humane. The child's dignity remains important because ridicule could silence useful information or deepen fear. The interpreter listens seriously while avoiding immediate certainty. A mainstream historical fact supports this picture of organized interpretation. Mesopotamian scholars created extensive lists to classify plants, animals, stones, illnesses, omens, professions, and celestial events. They believed order could be discovered through careful naming. The strange child's memory enters the same intellectual habit. Name the features, compare the patterns, observe what repeats, choose a response. The system reflects a civilization deeply invested in arranging the uncertain world. Yet reconstruction remains incomplete. One tablet places divine warning first. Another begins with household inquiry. A later school copy turns the sequence into a lesson for students. The tradition may have changed over time, moving from private practice into formal teaching. It is possible that no single official system ever existed. Scholars may be assembling related customs that varied between cities, families, and centuries. The fragments resemble one another enough to suggest connection, but not enough to guarantee uniformity. History often creates systems from surviving patterns because the human mind prefers coherence. The ancient people may have been less consistent. One priest questioned dreams through ritual. Another relied on family witnesses. A third dismissed the child completely. The clay preserves only selected examples. This warning matters because reconstruction can become another form of storytelling. The scholar arranges fragments, chooses sequence, and fills gaps with probability. The result may be careful, but it is never free from interpretation. Still, the pattern offers a hidden truth about human response. When children described impossible places, adults did not merely wonder, they created procedures. They listened. They compared. They tested. They ritualized. They nurtured family memory. They watched for repetition. The mystery became a social event, drawing household, temple, and archive into one circle. The child's experience no longer belonged only to the child. This could offer protection, but it could also create pressure. A family eager for meaning might keep questioning until the child produced the expected answer. The system depended upon restraint. Without restraint, structure became suggestion. With restraint, it became a careful way of holding uncertainties. You watch the scholars place the fragments into a tentative order. Gaps remain between several pieces, and the final sequence is marked with visible uncertainty. No one pretends the reconstruction is complete. The resulting pattern resembles a doorway drawn without a wall. You can see where entrance might have been, but not what stood beyond it. Perhaps that is enough. The forgotten system does not reveal whether children truly remembered other places. It reveals how ancient communities tried to protect themselves from both credulity and dismissal. They understood that extraordinary claims could arise from dream, grief, family history, observation, or sacred fear. They also understood that the first account should not be carelessly reshaped. The clay fragments return to their trays. The system remains provisional, part method and part mystery. Its deepest lesson may not concern hidden memory at all. It may concern the responsibility of listening when another person describes a world you cannot see. The final fragment lies beneath a sheet of clear glass, smaller than the palm of your hand and darker than the surrounding clay. Its lower edge has broken away, while a long crack passes through the last 3 lines. Several signs remain sharp enough to read, but the final sentence ends inside absence. A conservator adjusts the light until every surviving wedge becomes visible. The room smells faintly of dust, linen, and old clay warmed by the lamp. No one speaks for a moment because damaged writing demands a particular kind of attention, half reading and half mourning. The opening signs are familiar. They mention the child, the place, and a return made without walking. Then the text shifts towards something less expected. The place is described not as distant, but as hidden within the measure of a person. That phrase troubles the translators. One scholar reads it as a poetic expression for memory. Another believes it refers to the household line, suggesting that the place survives inside family identity. A third argues that the sign for measure may instead refer to fate, boundary, or assigned portion. The difference is not small. A place hidden within memory belongs to the mind. A place hidden within family belongs to inheritance. A place hidden within fate belongs to an entirely different order. The tablet does not choose for you. Records confirm that Sumerian words often gathered several meanings around one sign, especially in literary and ritual contexts. A single expression could move between physical space, social duty, divine decree, and inner experience without warning. Modern English prefers separation. Ancient poetry often prefers overlap. The next line describes a voice that does not come from the mouth. The surviving grammar suggests hearing, though no speaker appears. The child receives a name, but the text does not say whether the name belongs to a person, a city, or a god. The name itself is lost. Only the sign meaning to call remains beside the broken edge. A fringe reader might imagine the missing word as the key to everything, perhaps the title of a forgotten civilization or the name of a being erased from history. The clay supports no such certainty. The missing word may have been ordinary. It may have named a canal, an ancestor, or a local shrine. Mystery grows easily inside damage because absence accepts any answer offered to it. Careful scholarship refuses that invitation, even when the imagined answer feels beautifully complete. The third line contains the phrase that gives the fragment its deepest unease. It appears to say that the child knows the road because the road knew the child first. This is the most literal possible reading. Other translations soften it. The road received the child. The road recognized the child. The road bore witness to the child. Each version carries a different world. A road that knows suggests sacred geography. A road that receives suggests ritual passage. A road that bears witness suggests legal or ancestral memory. The text may use personification, giving the road human qualities for poetic effect. Mesopotamian literature often allows cities, walls, rivers, gates, and fields to grieve, praise, accuse, or remember. The landscape participates in history. An open scholarly debate concerns whether such language should be treated as metaphor alone, Some historians argue that ancient audiences understood these expressions poetically. Others believe places could be experienced as active sacred presences with genuine intent and agency. The evidence rarely forces a single answer. A person can know that a river does not speak like a human and still believe it carries divine intention. Literal and symbolic meaning may occupy the same sentence without conflict. You lean closer to the glass. The fourth line is thinner, written by a hand that may have been tired or working quickly. It mentions dust placed upon the feet, followed by a damaged expression involving birth or emergence. One reconstruction suggests that the child carries dust from a place entered before birth. This reading has inspired the most dramatic interpretations. It sounds like a declaration that memory begins before life. The grammar does not justify such certainty. The phrase could describe family origin, ritual initiation, or the clay from which humanity was believed to have been formed. Dust may symbolize mortality, land, ancestry, impurity, or simple travel. A child returning with dust upon the feet could be a traveller. A child born from the dust of a place could belong to its people. A child carrying dust from before birth could be a poetic image of inherited identity. All remain possible. None is secure. A historian from Stanford might emphasize migration and kinship, noting that displaced families often describe themselves through the soil of their homeland. A philologist from Oxford might focus on grammatical parallels in hymns. A researcher from Yale might examine how memory attaches to place through family narrative. Each path makes the line less supernatural. None makes it less haunting. The final surviving line begins with a warning. Do not open the house that has no door. The phrase is almost complete. Only the final object is missing. Do not open it with question. Do not open it with me. Do not open it before the proper day. The broken edge removes whatever followed. This sentence changes the tone of the fragment. Until this point, the text seems concerned with the discovery. Now it introduces restraint. There are places within memory that should not be forced. There are names that should not be demanded. There are hidden rooms that become dangerous when opened without care. The ancient scribe may have been speaking about ritual boundaries. A sealed chamber could contain sacred objects, the dead, or pollution requiring proper preparation. The house without a door may also be symbolic. It could represent the mind, the womb, the underworld, the family past, or an unresolved dream. The child stands near it, but the text does not say the child enters. A quirky feature of Mesopotamian ritual literature is the use of impossible architecture. Gates may open into darkness, houses may exist beneath rivers, and chambers may contain no visible entrance. Such images give form to experiences beyond ordinary access. The unseen becomes a place, the unreachable becomes a room. The house without a door may therefore describe memory that cannot be entered directly. It can only be approached through signs, dreams, names, and repeated feeling. Modern psychology offers a cautious parallel. Some memories remain inaccessible while their emotional effects persist. A person may feel fear, longing, or familiarity without recovering a clear event. The mind knows that something is there. It does not provide a doorway. Attempts to force hidden memory can create false recollection, especially when suggestion and expectation guide the search. This makes the ancient warning unexpectedly relevant. Do not open the house that has no door. Perhaps the text advises interpreters not to pressure the child. Perhaps it recognizes that some mysteries become distorted when questioned too aggressively. The phrase may protect the child from the adults. That possibility gives the tablet a gentler authority. A family desperate for answers might demand names, directions, and proof. A priest eager for importance might supply meanings the child never offered. A scribe might turn uncertainty into doctrine. The warning interrupts that process. Leave some rooms closed. Let the child speak without turning every word into revelation. The final missing lines may have contained a ritual instruction. They may have explained how to close the inquiry, how to protect the child, or how to return responsibility to the household. No fragment survives. Scholars compare the break with similar tablets, hoping the formula appears elsewhere. One parallel contains a phrase about silence. Another warns against repeating a name at night. A third instructs the family to wash the threshold and resume ordinary life. None matches closely enough to restore the passage. The ending remains beyond reach. This incompleteness becomes part of the tablet's meaning. A complete conclusion might reduce the mystery to one ancient explanation. The broken ending allows several possibilities to remain alive. Perhaps the scribe concluded that the child had carried ancestral memory. Perhaps the place emerged from a dream. Perhaps the family discovered a forgotten connection through migration. Perhaps the account ended with no answer at all. The clay does not permit preference to become proof. You can imagine the final scribe pausing before the missing lines. The lamp burns low, and the child's account lies nearby in an earlier hand. Outside, night presses against the temple walls. The scribe understands that the story concerns more than a strange place. It concerns the limits of knowing. A child speaks with certainty. Adults respond with desire. The archive preserves only part of what happened. The last line may have warned them against confusing interpretation with truth. Perhaps the house without a door is the past itself. You can walk around it. You can study its walls. You can find cracks, foundations, and traces of former inhabitants. You cannot enter it exactly as it was. History offers passages, but never complete return. The tablet remains beneath glass as the room darkens. The final signs hold their shape while the missing portion holds nothing visible at all. Yet your attention lingers on the break. The ancient scribe has left you one profound question without intending to. When a child remembers a place never seen, are you hearing the opening of a hidden door, or only the sound of someone searching along a wall where no door was ever made? Night settles over the southern plain, and the ruined city becomes a dark outline beneath a patient sky. Wind passes through broken walls, stirring dust across courtyards where families once spoke, argued, cooked, mourned, and watched children grow. You walk slowly between foundations softened by centuries. Nothing moves except reeds near a distant channel, and a small owl crossing above the temple mound. The silence feels complete, yet every visible surface carries evidence of interrupted life. A threshold bears the polish of countless feet. A wall preserves smoke from forgotten lamps. A shallow groove beside an oven marks the repeated movement of a grinding stone. These traces do not speak, but they resist disappearance. The child at the centre of the mystery cannot be recovered. No portrait survives. No reliable name remains. Even the distant place described in the damaged account may have vanished beneath another settlement, another field, or a river that abandoned its former course. Only the question endures. How can someone feel certain about a place never knowingly seen? Mainstream research offers several answers that deserve respect. Children absorb unnoticed information, confuse sources, combine dreams with stories, and recognize patterns adults fail to notice. Family history can travel through pastas, ritual, gesture, and emotion without formal teaching. These mechanisms are real. They are powerful enough to explain many extraordinary accounts. A child may overhear a traveller speaking beside a courtyard wall. The words disappear from conscious memory, while images remain. Years later, those images return with the warmth and confidence of personal experience. A family may describe a lost homeland through food, work songs, warnings, and grief. A child born elsewhere inherits the place so completely that seeing it for the first time feels like returning. A hidden drain may change the sound of footsteps, buried foundations may cool the floor, an abandoned road may guide plant growth across a field. The child notices these details, reaches a correct conclusion, and cannot explain the process. Ordinary perception can appear miraculous when its path remains invisible. Yet the ancient interpretation also deserves careful attention. Mesopotamian communities lived inside a world where identity extended beyond the isolated individual. Names belonged to families, duties passed through generations, and the dead remained connected through offerings and remembrance. A person could carry more than personal experience. A child might inherit an obligation, a fear, a place name, or a household sorrow. Adults could interpret this inheritance as ancestral presence, divine warning, or memory returning through a new life. The surviving evidence does not prove such beliefs formed one clear doctrine. It reveals a flexible landscape of possibility, where dreams, kinship, sacred geography, and emotional truth often shared the same language. A scholarly debate continues wherever unusual childhood memories are studied. Some researchers emphasize cognitive development, suggestion, and cultural expectation. Others argue that carefully documented cases occasionally contain details that remain difficult to explain through known information channels. The responsible position does not flatten this debate into mockery or certainty. Fear must remain evidence. Possibility must remain possibility. A fringe interpretation claims the Sumerians preserved secret knowledge about souls moving between bodies and carrying memories across ages. No accepted translation securely establishes that claim, and dramatic readings often depend upon missing context or modern additions. Still, the fringe idea survives because it answers an emotional need. It suggests that memory is larger than one lifetime, that attachment can outlast death, and that forgotten places remain connected with those who loved them. People are drawn towards such ideas because loss creates unfinished questions. A ruined house invites you to imagine its final occupants. A child speaking of an unknown courtyard seems to offer a reply from the silence. The reply may be mistaken, symbolic, inherited, or impossible to test. It can still matter. The tablet's deeper value may lie not in proving a hidden mechanism, but in revealing an ancient habit of listening. Someone considered the child's words important enough to preserve. Someone resisted letting the account vanish completely. That act of preservation feels unexpectedly intimate. Kings filled inscriptions with victories, administrators counted grain, temples recorded offerings, yet somewhere among those vast systems, a child's uncertain knowledge entered clay. The civilization that built cities and measured fields also made room for unease. You pause beside the highest mound as the wind cools. The river plain stretches beyond sight, carrying buried settlements beneath fields and modern roads. Countless homes remain undiscovered, their rooms compressed into layers of earth. Somewhere below may lie a gate matching an ancient description. Somewhere below may lie nothing at all. The difference may never be known. This uncertainty does not weaken the story. It gives the story its proper shape. A complete answer would close the landscape, while uncertainty allows several human truths to remain visible together. Children notice more than adults realize. Families transmit more than they say. Places preserve more than names. Memory invents, protects, distorts, and reveals. A person can sincerely remember something that never happened exactly as remembered. A person can also know something without knowing how it was learned. Between those facts lies a broad territory. Ancient people filled that territory with gods, ancestors, omens, dreams, and ritual. Modern people fill it with psychology, neuroscience, cultural memory, and probability. The languages differ. The unease remains familiar. You may have entered a house and felt recognition before identifying any similarity. You may have dreamed of streets that seemed worn by years of walking. You may have visited a family homeland and felt grief for events outside your lifetime. Such experiences do not prove hidden lives. They reveal that identity is less solitary than it appears. You are shaped by voices spoken before your birth, by architecture chosen by strangers, and by fears inherited without explanation. You carry names, stories, habits, and expectations whose beginnings remain hidden. Perhaps the child on the tablet carried such a world. Perhaps the unknown place belonged to a displaced grandparent, a forgotten song, or a traveller's story heard during infancy. Perhaps the child assembled fragments so skillfully that the adults mistook imagination for return. Perhaps something else occurred. History cannot follow every possibility into B'danot. The final evidence is too thin, the first conversation too distant, and the child's inner world completely unreachable. No experiment can be performed, no witness can be questioned again. Only clay remains. You imagine the tablet resting inside a dark room after the final scribe leaves. The lamp fades, footsteps retreat, and the building settles beneath the night. The signs wait without knowing they are waiting. Walls collapse, rulers disappear. Languages become unreadable. Sand covers the room. Centuries pass above the child's preserved words. When modern hands lift the fragment again, the question enters another age. New readers bring new categories, new instruments, and new doubts, yet they respond with the same quiet curiosity. The child says there is a placer. The adults ask how. The tablet does not answer. Perhaps that is the hidden truth slowly uncovered beneath the story. Human beings have always struggled to decide where memory ends and identity begins. The ancient account does not belong only to a vanished civilization. It belongs to every family that has heard a child say something unexpectedly old, every traveller who has recognized an unknown road, and every person who has felt homesick for a place never visited. The ruins grow darker beneath the stars. No spirit rises from the ground. No lost city shines beyond the river. There is only wind, earth, and the stubborn endurance of a question. And perhaps the story is not yet complete. The night now becomes gentler around you, and the last sharp outlines of the ruined walls soften beneath moonlight. The dust no longer seems to hide an answer. It simply rests where centuries have placed it. You allow the unanswered parts to remain unanswered. There is no need to force the broken lines into certainty, and no need to choose between wonder and reason tonight. The river continues somewhere beyond the darkness, moving quietly through reeds and fields. Its water carries reflections of stars, then releases them whenever the surface changes. Your thoughts may do the same. Images rise, linger, and drift away. A courtyard appears, a child speaks, a distant gate stands open beneath a pale sky. You do not need to enter. Let the place remain at the edge of imagination, neither proven nor denied. Let it exist only as a soft question preserved in clay. The ancient city is safe beneath the earth. The lamps are gone, the doors are closed, and every restless voice has faded into stillness. Breathe slowly. The wind passes across the plain without urgency. It touches the river, the broken walls, and the quiet ground where generations sleep beyond memory. Perhaps the children remembered stories. Perhaps they remembered feelings. Perhaps they carried fragments of places through family, dream, and silence. Perhaps memory is simply more spacious than it seems. You can leave the tablet resting beneath its covering now. Nothing more is required from it tonight. The final line remains broken. The house without a door remains closed. The unknown road disappears beneath the moonlit dust. And somewhere far beyond the ruined city, another child falls asleep beneath another sky, dreaming of a place that feels gently familiar. No one asks for proof. No one interrupts. The dream is allowed to pass quietly through the night. Good night.